Alright, what is up everybody? It's Lids, and we are back for some more Gwent, and today I am super excited because, of course, today is launch day for the new Harvest of Sorrow expansion, and with that is the last component of the Price of Power set, which means we now have the new Price of Power kegs released. And, well, let's just say I've been waiting for the next set of kegs to become released because, well, I've been hoarding kegs and ore for about a year now without opening any kegs at all. And so, yeah, I've been waiting for the opportunity to finally crack open our 1,000+ kegs. So yeah, you heard me right. Tonight, we are opening 1,000+ kegs. Many of which, of course, will be from the Price of Power set. But, we'll also do a combination of some faction kegs, some premium kegs, and just the random ones that I happen to have gotten from redeeming rewards in the reward book and what have you. So, without further ado, let's, well, actually, before we get started in full, I just wanted to, maybe jump into my profile here, and I'd like to take note of how many cards I have yet to get of all the various factions, so that we can do a before and after and see just how many new cards did we acquire after opening up 1,000 kegs. Because I feel like, in the name of science, that would be a nice observation to be able to make. So, right now we are sitting on 149 out of, what, 185? Monster. We are 154 out of 185 Nilfgaard. We are 150 out of 183 Northern Realms, and we're 139, wow, not many, out of 183 Scoia'tael. We are 152 out of 185 Skellige, and we are 157 out of 221 Syndicate. And I suppose, finally, we have neutrals here, where we're 212 out of 287. And so, with that being said, that is the reason, or at least one of the reasons, why today we're not going to be exclusively opening up Price of Power. I mean, don't worry, we've got over 1,000 kegs to open today, so there will still be plenty. My plan is for us to do about 500 Price of Power. I think I've attempted to do some math here to figure out if we were to evenly split up our kegs amongst the other factions. I think it'd amount to about 60 kegs apiece for all the other factions. The one exception being, as you can see here, that we have considerably more cards that we have yet to collect for Syndicate, so I think it'd be preferable for us to, well, try to open up more Syndicate kegs than the other types of faction kegs. So, my plan is 500 Price of Power, 60 Northern Realms, Nilfgaard, Scoia'tael, Skellige, and Monsters, and then I believe that'll leave us with about 160 Syndicate kegs remaining, and then I think at that point we'll be looking at all the other random kegs that I've acquired from various rewards and what have you. So all that should add up to about 1,000 or more, so, well, I'm sure I messed up the math at some point, but the idea there being that, as you can see, because we have several cards that we are missing from all the other factions, that, you know, it'd be nice to not just open up Price of Power today, even though that is obviously going to be the focus. So, that is all good stuff. Oh, the other thing I wanted to take note of is the amount of, well, scraps. We're on 112, I suppose, you know, at the end. Similarly, it'd be nice to say, you know, this is how many scraps we got from opening this many kegs and getting this many cards. Of course, that's going to be fairly simple and straightforward to figure out once we just go to the deck builder after having opened all those kegs, but that's another thing that I think will be fun to take a look at as well. So, without further ado, let's get going here. Let's jump into the shop, and one thing I should note as I am going to acquire these kegs here is, as you can see, I have just a ton of ore, and that is because I've been basically not opening, or not even purchasing, any kegs for the past year. And so that means I've done this, or at least we are going to do this, having spent 0 real money dollars. So just want to let that be known that, you know, for those of you who are thinking about going crazy opening a bunch of kegs, be careful. Gwent is obviously a game, but playing games with your wallet is not. So for that reason, just be mindful of that. In my case, I was just really, really patient and decided to save up as much as possible for this very moment, and that's why I'm so excited. So let's open up a bunch of Price of Power kegs. Let's start with that. So, hold on. No, there used to be... There we go. This is what I'm looking for. It's so long since I last got kegs that I didn't even remember where this button was. So yeah, we're just gonna go up to 499 now that we've purchased one of them. So that's where things will start, and I think we'll begin by opening up the Price of Power kegs. I figure that might be the best way to go. Then we'll probably go after that to faction kegs. Then after that, I have various miscellaneous kegs that I've gotten from a bunch of different rewards from the reward tree. So I think we'll probably do those after that. And then we'll finish, I think, with premium kegs, because that feels like that would be a good way to finish things off with a bit of a bang. Obviously, of course, Price of Power is the big thing, but premium kegs, of course, do seem to be generally things that people are pretty excited about, so that might be a nice way to mix it up a bit, have some good stuff at the beginning, and have some good stuff at the end as well. Now, the other thing to bear in mind is that, obviously, opening up 1,000 kegs is, well, it's a lot of kegs. And what that means is that this is going to take us a very, very long time to do. So I was doing some math before we started the stream, and just seeing, okay, how long are we actually talking to open up all these kegs? And it turns out, if we are going to spend, let's just say, 30 seconds per keg, which, that's maybe a little bit slow, but if my mental math, or if my internet math was correct, which, it probably wasn't, but then that would amount to about 8-ish hours of doing non-stop keg opening, and that's a lot. That's a whole lot. So for that reason, we're probably going to try to go pretty fast, and, if we can cut it down to, 20 seconds per keg on average, then we're probably looking at, I think it was, well, I don't know, that should be simple mental math, but I think it's, more on the order of somewhere in the 4 to 6 hour range. Definitely not 4. That would have to be, if we did, 15 seconds. So yeah, like 6 hours. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, we'll just casually pop open. Why not? Okay, sure. We'll go up to 500 here. We purchased one at the very beginning, so we're at 501 Price of Power kegs in total in that case. And not often that you just casually drop 500 kegs at once. But there you go. See if the game processes that properly, or if it takes a minute for it to realize just what exactly we've done. Like, surely you must be wrong. No, it seems to have worked. It does seem to have worked. Okay. It actually keeps the 500 there. I did not know that. Okay, that's interesting. So that's all of our Way of the Witcher kegs. Not Way of the Witcher. Price of Power kegs. That's so totally last year, Lids. Come on, man. But then... Oh, other thing worth mentioning. So, you might be asking yourself, Lids, why didn't you talk about neutral kegs? You showed that you have a bunch of neutral cards that you haven't unlocked. Generally speaking, I think the consensus as to the most resource-efficient way to collect new cards in Gwent is by opening up the faction-specific or expansion-specific kegs, because that way you're generally going to get better cards, because the deal with neutrals is generally there are a few really strong neutrals, and then there's a bunch of neutrals that are just garbage. And so, for the most part, I think the prevailing thought is that it's best to just open up the faction kegs, the expansion kegs, and then use your scraps to target the specific neutral cards that you want to craft with those scraps, rather than actually opening up neutral kegs. So for that reason, we'll open up... we won't purchase any neutral kegs. There's a chance I have 1 or 2 lying around, but that's why we are not specifically going to be purchasing any more neutral kegs. We're going to be focusing on the other faction kegs, and obviously the Price of Power kegs that we just picked up. So now I have attempted to do more math and figure out, again, based on how many of these faction-specific kegs I already have, and how many faction-specific kegs we would like to actually open today, what the number we should purchase would be, and, well, we shall see if I'm actually correct about this. But, by my calculations, by my estimate, we should be looking at about 49 Nilfgaard kegs, if I'm not mistaken. What's up? What's up? How's it going? Yeah, we are going absolutely crazy with the keg opening today. We are doing all of the kegs. Let's see. So it's 49 Nilfgaard. I believe should be about 50 Northern Realms. I believe it's going to be 50. And then, you know, once we've picked up all these kegs here, we'll double check what our final keg count is and see if we're just anywhere near what the intention was. Let's see, monsters. Apparently I had more of these already. So this one's just going to be 44. And so basically the objective here is to get ourselves up to about 60 kegs apiece for all the factions, the one exception being Syndicate, because as I was saying, of all the factions, that is the one that I'm missing the most cards for. So I'd like to make more of a concerted effort to get more of those cards, specifically. But let's see. Then for Skellige, apparently we're looking at 50 here. I mean, I have not spent any money on Gwent. Thronebreaker being the one exception, if you want to count that. Whoa, I did not know that was a thing. Apparently you can go in reverse and just max out and immediately fill that. That would have been helpful, perhaps, for the price of power kegs. But anyways, so I'm going to save Syndicate for last, because that's basically going to be what we're going to use to purchase all of our, or use all of our remaining ore at the end. So it should be about Scoia'tael 45 by the looks of things. So yeah, basically, I just quite literally did not open any kegs for an entire year. And I played a lot of Gwent, so accumulated a lot of ore and a lot of kegs just from open up things on the reward tree and what have you. So for that reason, we have a lot of stuff to do today. And I was just waiting for the chance to finally get some expansion kegs. And well, of course, price of power is just that. Okay, so let's see. We have 100, or well, enough to buy 183 kegs of Syndicates. So that was, yeah, I mean, maybe I underestimated a little bit how many kegs we'd have. In fact, why don't we go in reverse here? Just do that. So we could buy absolutely everything with our, or use all of our remaining ore to get Syndicate here. I was thinking we'd end up at about 160, but I think I was deliberately being a little bit conservative with my estimates there. And, you know, if we do drop down to 160, then we can potentially use our remaining ore at the end for a few more price of power kegs if we feel like we want them. Oh, that's another reason why I was thinking we wouldn't necessarily want to go quite literally 1,000 kegs of only price of power, is because there aren't that many cards in the expansion. So I imagine that we are going to get most, if not all, of the price of power cards. Now, it's probably going to be, you know, well, we might get some repeat legendaries, and then we might miss a few legendaries. That could definitely end up happening, but I mean, 500 is a lot, so I'm hoping we get the vast majority, if not almost all of them, from that new set. So, let's see. That's, oh, well, let's actually buy these. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to just double check what our keg count here is and see if we were even remotely close to what we intended to. No, that is the, again, I'm not used to the UI in the store anymore because it has been a while. Okay, so here we go. Now, my objective was to get to 60 for each of the factions, and then these are just the random kegs that you get from, like, daily rewards and what have you, so actually turns out that it's a pretty similar number there. But let's see, did I nail the 60s? Did I nail getting the 60s? Just about. Just about. Right? That's 60 monsters, Nilfgaard, Northern Realms, Scoia'tael, and Skellige. Yeah, we did it. And then, as I was saying, going for a bunch more for Syndicate, because we have more Syndicate cards that we're missing, and obviously, price of power is going to be the main focus here. So, we got lots and lots of kegs to open. So, I'm excited. That means we are just about ready to go here. Before we actually start cracking these things open, a couple of things I'll mention about myself as a player and the types of cards that I might select here, because obviously there's this whole, I mean, for those of you who are not on the Gwent Discord, there is a whole channel on the Gwent Discord for keg unopenings, or keg unboxings. And Well, the thing is, there's, you know, a general idea as to, you know, what are the best cards in this situation, and so people will ask, you know, in this set of options, which card should I go with? And people will chime in and let them know, like, this is what we think is the best option. And so, just let it be known that I myself am almost exclusively a seasonal event player, not a standard player. So, if you see me taking a card and saying, oh man, I really like this card, and you're like, Liz, what on earth are you saying? This card is horrendous. Then just know that there's a decent chance that either it's because I got 3 hours of sleep last night, or it's because I play pretty much only seasonal events, and so it might be a card that could be trash in standard, but is much, much better in seasonal events. So that's one thing. As I was saying before, we want to be pretty darn fast, because if we aren't, then we are quite literally going to be here all night. And then the other thing is that, I personally, I'm not a huge fan, or at least I don't care very much about premium cards, which I know is kind of blasphemous to say in the Gwent community, but it's just kind of, I just don't care that much. There are some that I think are certainly look cool, but just another thing to bear in mind, if you see me, you know, not just always taking the premium cards, then that could be the reason for that. And if we're zooming through as quickly as we can, then we might not necessarily catch all the premium cards. We might accidentally take something that is not premium and pass the premium up. But all that being said, it is time to go. So I am super excited. Let's get started. As I was saying, I think the plan is we'll go first, Price of Power. Then we'll go for our faction kegs. Then we'll go for our random miscellaneous stuff like these sort of base keg sets. What else? The one neutral keg we have. I think from the reward tree, we got some Crimson Curse kegs, so we'll do those. And then at the end, we'll finish with the premium kegs here and here. So that's the plan. And, I mean, hold on. We should probably figure out exactly how many kegs this is, right? Before we start cracking all of them open. So let's see, we've got 64 plus 23 plus 60 plus 60 plus 60 plus 60 plus 60 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 6 plus 4 plus 161 plus 501. Alright, so pardon me for a second while I just open up an online calculator of sorts and figure out what the exact number here is, because of course we did not necessarily use every last scrap of our ore. Say the word scrap. Scrap is a different thing, Lids. We did not use every last amount of ore that we have. So theoretically, if this has not yet added up to 1,000, then we could, you know, add a few more kegs to the equation. Let's see. Let's make sure, how many 60s is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 60s. So we'll just call that 300. That'll make the math a little bit easier to type into the calculator. And 1, 2, 1, 6, 4, 161, 501. Okay, so according to Google, that is 1,063 kegs. So yes, well over 1,000 at that point. So we are in the clear in that sense. And, well, let's not waste any more time. Let's get going. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Starting with the Price of Power. And we are starting off with some nice, juicy epics. So, other thing that I should mention is, as you're seeing here, I have opened some, or at least I haven't opened any kegs, obviously, of the new cards, because the kegs only just came out today. But I have crafted with scraps some of the existing, or some of the cards from the older sets. So in the case of Tears of Siren, Megascope, Master of Puppets, things like that, you'll see that I have already acquired some of those. Alright, here's the first big one, though. Bride of the Sea, well, I already have that one. I think Torque is probably going to be my preference here. We are going to have a lot of Syndicate kegs later on, so we'll have more opportunity to get those Syndicate cards later on, but let's keep on going. As we were saying, we want to be fast. Ooh, got a free a random epic. Octavia Hale, nice, that's one of the new ones. Big fan, and ooh, Messenger of the Sea is one of the Harvest of Sorrow cards, so it is brand new, and this one looks absolutely amazing. One of the cards that I'm most excited about for this new expansion, so I am excited to get that. Okay, other thing worth noting is that I have enough prestiges that we should have one guaranteed premium card per keg, so that is not a coincidence that you're going to see some of those popping up fairly often. Okay, let's see, then also a bunch of new cards here. I mean, when it comes to the rares and the commons, of course, probably not going to stop to talk much about those because I imagine, oh, well, there's a new premium version of Megscope, but probably not going to stop to talk much about the normals and the rares because those are, well, of course, not that rare. Oh, we didn't pick one. Well, it doesn't matter too much, but I imagine we will get all the commons and all the rares fairly quickly, so I don't think much discussion is needed there. But when it comes to the epics, when it comes to the legendaries, certainly, that's when things get really interesting. Okay, actually got a rare premium, so that's not, oh, a couple premiums, yeah. That's nice. More Messenger of the Sea. Let's take it. As I was saying, I think we're going to end up getting a whole lot of duplicates. Well, oh, I did not even notice you can open them all simultaneously just by clicking the middle card there. That's clever. That is technically faster. And yeah, so even some of the really good cards, like the card that I don't know how to pronounce for monsters that everybody's using in the meta monsters decks, didn't have it. So that will be very nice to finally get my hands on some of those. Same with Self-Eater. Yes, it is correct. I was not playing the meta monster decks. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. He says as he opens up more of the meta monster cards, well, hey, you know, good thing that we're getting them. That's what the kegs are here for, right? Okay, let's see. Oh, yes, the premium pig witches. That is a premium that I'm a big fan of, for sure. Alright, so like, I imagine long-term what's going to happen is that we are going to get the vast majority of our scraps coming from the, all the duplicate commons and duplicate rares. And Meditating Mage is one of the few cards from the most recent Harvest of Sorrow expansion that I crafted just this morning for this morning's video for the Battle Rush seasonal event. Here we have another epic. Let's see, Letitia, I have already made, and same with Bride of the Sea again for previous decks, but I've made them with scraps. Verification I've not, so definitely going to take that in that case. Nice, Mage Assassin. Animated for that one. And here, yeah. So I imagine at a certain point we're going to get to the place where more or less everything except for epics and legendaries are going to be duplicates. We're not quite there yet, as you can see. Just got Practice Makes Perfect, which that's not from the most recent one, is it? That's from the middle set of Price of Power. So, I mean, even some of the older stuff I certainly don't have, like I was saying. Did not have much in the way of the monsters cards, and Bleeding Effigy with the animation, I'm not sure I'm a fan of that one. That one looks kind of disturbing. Okay, Bountiful Harvest is one of the new ones. Scorytell special card, so definitely going to nab that. We haven't seen it yet today. Okay, more epics. More Self-Eaters as well. Ooh, okay. Premium Band Art Student. Yeah, I think I might have already had 2 Premium Band Art Students before today, even. Let's see. Ooh. Ratcatcheress or Lydia. Ratcatcheress is, of course, really good for the meta monster decks, whereas Lydia is brand new today. So that is a bit of a tough one, probably our toughest one yet. I would say probably Ratcatcheress, just because I think it's probably going to be better, but I'm hoping that we're still going to get all the epics. The legendaries I'm not sure about, but I imagine even if we're passing up on one of these now, we're hopefully, fingers crossed, going to end up seeing the other one a little bit later on. So I'm leaning toward Ratcatcheress. Let's nab that. Okay, we can get more of the Bountiful Harvest or the monster card that I can't pronounce. Let's go with the monster card that I can't pronounce, then maybe I don't have to say it anymore. And there are technically some rules, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to, yeah, see, like here, all repeats, so nothing big there. But I believe there are some rules when it comes to the number of kegs you can open before you are guaranteed to get an epic, and a number of kegs you can open before you are guaranteed to get a legendary. Basically, it's like an Imperial Practitioner. Actually, worth mentioning, I think this card is just absolutely insane. Looking at this, so earlier today, I actually was going through and I made a video for all of the new cards from the Harvest of Sorrow expansion component, and this card in particular jumped out at me as, what is this doing as a bronze 5 provision cost card? It is so powerful for 5 provisions. It's assimilate, so it's an engine. It has a crazy powerful order ability. Like this card, you could, at 8 provisions, it would be great value. At 9 provisions, you would probably still include it. Even at 10 provisions, it might even make it into a deck. Like this is, arguably, at least with the right setup, similar to Vilgefort's Renegade, is it? The new Vilgefort's legendary card that Nilfgaard just got. So this just boggles my mind that this is making it into the game as a 5 provision cost card in the current state that it is in. Oh, and so let's take it. But yeah, as I was saying, I think basically there is a rule where if you open up so many kegs and you're just getting really unlucky and never getting any epic cards or legendary cards, then the game will guarantee at a certain point that you get at least one epic card, get at least one legendary card. So if we run into any dry spells, then that'll be a way to break that dry spell. But hey, here we have Offering to the Sea, which I did not have. So a random epic card here for Skellige. That's awesome. Damage all units on the battlefield by 1, then spawn a Deafening Siren on a random allied row and boost it by the number of allied targets. But here is where we pick. So, okay, good thing we took Ratcatcher-S earlier, then Dead Man's Tongue, and another Scoia'tael card that I don't know how to pronounce, but both powerful. Well, Dead Man's Tongue is seeing play in, is it seeing play in Hyperthin these days? For Nilfgaard? So I would think that might be the way to go, because this one I remember when I first saw it released, I thought to myself, for seasonal events in particular, dual casting jumped out at me as, ooh, this could be a really nice card to use. But at 9 provisions, I still think it's maybe just a little bit much. Kind of hard to justify including it. So if we had to pick between them, I feel like we'd probably go Dead Man's Tongue. And of course, we'll still hope we'll see this later on in the day. But if we had to choose between these, I feel like Dead Man's Tongue is the way to go. Alright, whoa, alright, double epic. I saw the Skellige one, I didn't even at first see that Syndicate one. So we got all the Pig Witches, I love it. Oh, and it's the brand new one, this guy. So of all, collectively, across all factions, when it comes to the newest cards from Harvest of Sorrow, I think, like I was saying, that rare Nilfgaard unit is really strong, but when it comes to all of the cards collectively for a faction in this Harvest of Sorrow set, then I think that Skellige really jumped out at me as, well, with Ryogon here, and combined with the legendary card, just insanely powerful. So I'm hoping we get that later on today as well. But that's certainly a fantastic pickup. And Ignatius, we passed on him previously, didn't we? So that's a good thing that we got him here. I was a little bit worried we were going to get, what was it, Mama Hale, who we picked fairly early on. That is our second Practice Makes Perfect. Alright, we were getting a little lucky, but with all those epics, none this time around. This is our first Little Halfru, which is the new Skellige common unit, which is, well, as I was saying, one of those cards that is from Harvest of Sorrow for Skellige, but as the common card, it is probably the least valuable of those new ones, the least powerful of those new ones as well. More premiums, and in this case, oh, we do not have a second Confession Extractor yet, so let's nab that. Okay, then you're our premium. And in this case, looks like we got a bunch of repeats. Yeah, and so I might even just press this middle button here to immediately open all these. I don't know, it's a little less climactic, right? Do you guys still prefer if we go one card by card? Or in the name of speed, do you think it's best to just open them all up simultaneously like that? I mean, it's one thing if they're all, like, I took a look first and saw they were all either common or rares, and knew that was, we weren't going to get anything big. Whereas if one of them was a legendary or one of them was an epic, then I probably would not have done that. Like in this case, I wouldn't do it here because we know we've got an epic there. So let's see what this is. Didn't we deliberately choose Ratcatcher S previously when we had some other alternatives? So I'm hoping this is not a Ratcatcher S. No, it's the new one, which is Sabbath. This one is really, really cool. Summon up to 3 highest power units from your opponent's graveyard to an enemy row. Then summon as many highest power monster units from your graveyard to the opposite row and give them Doom. I think that this one is a little complicated, and I think it's a little hard to imagine how best to use it, but I have an idea or two for this one, so I'm hoping to get the chance to use it very, very soon. And people were saying they are interested in trying out the new monster cards, so this one we may be using in maybe even our next deck. Let's see, then nothing big here this time, other than the Imperial Practitioner, who, like I was saying, might low-key be the best card in this entire set. Okay, nothing big here. So like I was saying, like we could just do that to be fast. So I think we're doing pretty well from a speed standpoint. I wasn't exactly making a point of timing us. See how many kegs per minute we're opening up. Kegs per hour is maybe more relevant. Okay, so here, this one is premium. So I suppose, well, then again, of all the premiums out there, I feel like you could make a pretty good case that this is not one of the ones that you would like to have. I'll take it, but I'm not pleased. Not pleased. I do remember the first time I saw the premium version of that. I believe I was eating breakfast while playing a match, and well, let's just say it was not the most pleasant of things to be watching as I was eating breakfast. All right, let's see. Nothing big here, although we did get an extra rare, so that's kind of nice. Which, eventually, of course, if we do end up getting extra rares, and eventually may even end up getting duplicates of our epic cards, possibly even legendaries, those will mean we get a ton of scraps. And as I was saying earlier, we deliberately made a point of writing down exactly how many cards we had for each faction, and how many scraps we had at the beginning of this. Of course, we can see how many scraps we have right now, so that part is less of a challenge to figure out, but nothing big here. But I think that'll be interesting. Oh, is this our first legendary? Either way, we've gone a very long time without a legendary. I don't remember if we had one already. Let's see. Oh man, we got some big ones. So, the Mushy Truffle is the one legendary card from Harvest of Sorrow that I've already crafted. Scoundrel came a little bit earlier on, might have been from the first round of the Price of Power sets, and Vilgefortz Renegade is the other really strong Nilfgaard card that I'm very excited to try out. So, this is a tough one. What do you guys think? I was really excited when I saw Vilgefortz Renegade because I thought he was a really cool card. Same with the Scoundrel, though. I mean, I definitely play Nilfgaard way more than I play Syndicate because I basically never play Syndicate. But, in some ways, this is an effort to get some more Syndicate cards to encourage myself to start playing more Syndicate. Of course, we did deliberately purchase more Syndicate kegs than we did other types of faction kegs, so we may see, perhaps even the Scoundrel later on in some of our Syndicate kegs, but I don't know. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. And of course, when it comes to Vilgefortz, he's brand new. He came out today. So, don't know if people have a perfect sense yet as to where exactly he ranks in the hierarchy of cards and whether he's worth picking up over the Scoundrel or not. I am leaning toward Vilgefortz, though. I'm hoping that with our large number of Syndicate kegs later on, that we might even get the Scoundrel later. But you could certainly make a case for either of them, I think. Alright, and no premiums here, so that shouldn't matter. Nothing big here. And no premiums here. I am a fan of the Whisper of Dolbothana's premium. I do like that one. There are a few that stand out. Oh, look at this. This is a good one. This is a good one. All right, I think generally, whenever we're opening up kegs and we see that we have rarer cards that are not this final one here, we'll try to finish with those rarer ones. I mean, I've already been doing that, but this one is, I think, the first one where we've seen both an epic and a legendary that were not even in this final spot here. So we'll start with the epic. And oh, we did choose Torque previously when we had the choice of 3. So that is a little unfortunate. We could have perhaps avoided getting the repeat here, but of course, no way of knowing that in advance. And then it's Melusine. Now, as you can see, I have already crafted Melusine with scraps, and she is amazing. Love that card. One of my favorites, but obviously getting a repeat, not great. It is a lot of scraps, but we would have certainly preferred to have gotten a different legendary instead. Let's see. Then here, no premiums and nothing new, so no big deal there. And nothing big here, it doesn't look like. And nothing big here either. So for those of you who have been playing with the new cards, what have been your favorite cards thus far? From, I mean, both Price of Power as a whole, and specifically from Harvest of Sorrow. Because I've only done a little bit with Harvest of Sorrow. I've basically played, what was it? In today's video I did earlier today. Oh, premium is here, and in fact, we don't have the premium for either of these. I'd say Sorceress is probably my preference, because Sorceress is a really good card, right? And it's kind of an interesting premium. But yeah, earlier today I was playing... Ooh, nice. I was playing the Battle Rush seasonal events, and in that I did a Northern Realms deck in which I was using the Truffle card and the new common unit for Northern Realms. The Meditating Mage that can get Resilience, which seems pretty awesome. Being able to get Resilience when you're just a 4 provision cost card is kind of mind-blowing, but okay, now here's the thing. This is kind of what I was getting at before when I said I don't have a huge preference when it comes to premium cards. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. This is what I mean, though. This is a premium card. However, this is probably a better card. Some people would argue that it's better to go with a premium card because technically that means this is rarer. However, this is better? So, like, when it comes to me personally, I would usually side with just taking the better card, because as I said before, I don't care that much about premiums. But this is a premium, so, you know, I think many people would probably opt to go this route. I think we already saw Mamuna, didn't we? This is a really strong card. If they were closer, then I might have said, alright, you know, this will be our tiebreaker going with the premium, and that's probably a pretty good tiebreaker to use, but I think Mamuna is just such a good card, right? I think you gotta take it. Again, probably going against the grain a little bit with that selection, but that's just my own personal preference there, is I'm not the biggest on taking the premiums. Or maybe if it was just like this absolutely amazing premium that looked totally awesome, might have been for it, but didn't look like it was a big difference there. I mean, might as well take the premium here. This one's kind of funny. I think when I first saw this card, when I didn't know about the premium yet, I did not even know that this was supposed to be a drum. I just saw him holding whatever the heck this thing was. Maybe I thought it was a shield. And only when I saw the premium was I like, oh, that makes so much more sense now. So, yes, we'll definitely take that. Oh, man. All right. I was saying earlier that we were perhaps getting a little unlucky when it came to the legendaries, but now we're starting to get them. Let's see. What do we get here? Oh, man. Well, I mean, our choice is easy, right? I already had Melusine, and we saw her earlier today, so we now have 2 of her. The Mushy Truffle, like I said, I was using it earlier today, so I did craft it out of scraps. Yaga, however, is the newest Monsters legendary card, and as I was saying, people were saying they are very interested in trying out the new Monsters card. So, Monsters cards total. Yeah, I think it's the obvious choice because we have the other ones, but I may look to play this card very soon. I'm tempted. Let's see. Nothing big this time. But again, the premium for the Whisper game heard me when I said I was a fan of it. It's like, Lids, you say you're not a big fan of those premiums. I'm just going to tempt you with the other ones that you say you like. just to try to prove your point wrong. Let's see, no premiums here, so shouldn't make much of a difference. Should probably, I think we might as well take a look at how many of these kegs we've gone through for price of power. Let's just stop for a second here and take a count to get a general sense. Oh. Oh. So I thought we were going pretty fast. We still got a whole lot more. Okay, that's good perspective. Yeah, let's keep moving then. Let's keep moving then. Let's see, nothing big here. So yeah, I think all the more reason when we don't have any epics or legendaries when in the random cards on the sides for us to just open them all up simultaneously like that. In the name of speed. Nothing big here. So yeah, I mean, certainly these kegs here where we don't have anything big, we're opening them up pretty quickly. So we were talking before about, like, well, if we average 30 seconds per keg, then we're going to be here for 8 hours. And most kegs are not going to take that long. However, once you average out, you know, the ones with the legendaries and the epics in them that we're actually taking a little bit of time to think about, then that gets a little bit harder. A little bit harder to know, okay, you know, how much is that going to drag up our average? Okay, so here, of course, is one of those kegs where we're definitely going to want to take some time, see what we have here. Well, that is, unless we already have 2 of the legendaries here. Yes, I've definitely crafted Gerhardt and Francesca earlier, because they were a lot of fun to use in previous decks. Francesca, amazing for special heavy decks, which is something that Scoia'tael is doing really well with these days, and Gerhardt, an amazing mage as well. Witchfinder, very interesting bounty-centric syndicate card, and as I was saying, I do want to make more of a point of picking up some good syndicate cards, so I'm excited to see that. And we got epics as well. This time, okay, ooh, it's Vanadane, which is not the newest Scoia'tael epic card, versus Rafford's Vengeance, which is the newest Northern Realms epic card. So for this one, I was talking about it earlier today, that I think this is going to be really good for Sentry and Spellweavers, which I don't know how popular those are these days in Standard, but in seemingly every seasonal event, you're almost always going to see people using Spellweavers. Sometimes it's the most popular deck, so it's a little bit tempted to go that route. Vanadane, I was a little bit intrigued about, you know, using him to basically put additional copies of Waylay back into your deck, or just having more of more special cards in general to work toward with your Simlas plus Herald Gord combos. Then again, for those of you who didn't catch it, in the patch notes earlier today, Herald Gord, who used to be an amazing card for particularly seasonal events because he gets boosted by 1 every time you play a special card in a match, he has now been capped at, I think it was 12 boosts over the course of the match. And it was funny because in the description, or in the commentary that the developers were given as to why they were nerfing him, they were like, yeah, you know, we didn't really want 20 power Herald Gords as a finisher. And I was like, oh man, clearly you have not been playing in seasonal, because well, let's just say I have gotten a 75-point Herald Gord previously. That is how many special cards Scoia'tael is capable of dealing. Actually, that was with a Sienna, but anyways, I think Rafford's Vengeance is probably still going to be my preference here, although Vanadane is certainly still of interest. So if we see him later today, we very well may choose to get him. Nothing big here. Okay, well, this might be our opportunity to do that. Well, okay, so that hurts. So that hurts. Obviously, we just took Rafford's Vengeance rather than Vanadane. And now the game is going to be like, well, Vids, you shouldn't have done that. Again, obviously, hindsight 2020, there's no way we could have known that in advance. But, all right, sure. We'll take a second Rafford's Vengeance in that case. Now watch the game give it to us again. You sure, Lids? You really sure? Nothing big here. No premiums. And at this point, I'm just basically assuming that we've already gotten 2 copies of every common and every rare card, so I'm barely even looking to see how many of them we've already got. Oh, that one was a premium though in the middle, wasn't it? Okay, so, yep, I saw it at the last second, but, I misclicked. Or at least, I saw it right as I clicked, and like I said, you know, it's gonna happen. But, you know, we might already have, I think we might have already had one, premium version of that card, and we might get another, so may not be too late for that to, for us to still get a second premium. And, well, what do we get this time? Okay, we have already gotten all of these. We saw Witch's Sabbath earlier today, and Istrid and Furcart are both cards that I've crafted, outside of these kegs. And I've used them all previously, obviously, other than Witch's Sabbath that we just picked up. I mean, obviously it doesn't matter because we already have them all, but let's pick up a second Witch's Sabbath just because it's new. Nothing new here. No premiums. Yeah, so we already had one premium of Alumni, so hopefully we'll see another one later on. It's fairly likely we will, with it being just a rare card. So, yeah, as I was starting to say, as I think that happened to us, I was starting to say that I'm not really looking to see if we've already gotten the 2 minimum copies of all the common and rare cards. I'm basically just assuming that we already have. Whereas, so that means when it comes to commons and rares, mostly just looking to see if we happen to get one that is premium or not. And then, as soon as I said that, accidentally misclicked and didn't take a premium. But here we have some epics, and we previously passed on Vanadane. That was, and then we proceeded to get the card that we chose in, like, the next pack, or a couple packs later. Fabian Hale is Syndicate, and, well, so as I was saying, Vanadane, I see the potential using it with, Simlus and or just other special heavy, Scoia'tael decks. Fabian, though, let me double check. So it is Bounty. Place a bounty on an enemy unit. There already is an enemy unit with a bounty. Gain coins equal to its base power. Alright. I mean, it's tough, because as things currently stand, I would say to myself, I'm far more likely to use Vanadane than I am to use Fabian Hale, just because I've basically never played Syndicate. So, by that logic, I would say, take Vanadane. On the other hand, if I want to try to do more Syndicate, then I should probably make a point of taking Syndicate cards here. Then again, we have more Syndicate kegs that we're opening than any other faction, so maybe we take Vanadane. So it's hard to balance all those things out. I guess we'll take Vanadane just because we kind of, we did him dirty previously when we deliberately took a different card instead, and then the game taunted us afterwards, so maybe we can get back in the game's good graces after doing that. Let's see, nothing special here, and no premiums. Oh, okay. I was about to say nothing special here, but no, watch this be Vanadane, I swear. Okay, it's not. And we did pass on this previously, and in fact, might have passed on it twice. So, definitely good to see that, and from a random spot as well, not even the middle card, so that's awesome. And yeah, when it comes to the rares, we're doing pretty well on that front. Mostly just looking for the premiums, as we were saying. And seeing no premiums here, we'll carry on. Okay, more epics. That's good stuff. That is kind of cool, the premium there, how far it slides. It rocks from side to side. All right, let's see. Who do we have? We have... No, we're not taking Rafford's Vengeance. We are not taking Dead Man's Tongue. That means the only one that we don't have is Alyssa Henson. So she is a neutral mage, and she is from Harvest of Sorrow, so she is a card that just came out today. Shuffle a special card from your graveyard to your deck. If it was a bronze, also shuffle one additional copy of that special. So, I was talking about this earlier today. I mean, I see, I think I was saying 2 ways you could potentially play this card. One being, just take your best special card and put it back in your deck. Namely, Oneiromancy, Amphibious Assault, Blood Eagle, so on and so forth, the big ones. Just, of course, when it comes to those echoed cards, make sure that you're not taking the echoed copy and putting that back into your deck, otherwise that's just not going to do anything, because the echoed copy has Doomed, so you can't do that. But, or, specifically with Scoia'tael, you could potentially put a bronze unit, or bronze special card, rather, back into your deck in order to help set up Simloss. And, either that and or going with Orb of Insight could also be interesting. So, I don't know if she's going to be best in Scoia'tael, to do that Simla stuff or Orb of Insight stuff, or she's going to be better to play even more amphibious assaults and what have you. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm interested to see how much she gets used. At 6 power and 7 provisions, that's decent value. She's already almost breaking even before you consider this deployability, which is pretty strong. All right, nothing special here. And no premiums. Nothing special here. No premiums, I don't think. But I'm sure I'm going to say that, and then there's going to very clearly be a premium, and I'm just going to blatantly miss it. I mean, that's basically already happened, and once again, every time we see premium sources of Dobleton, I'm going to take note of it, because now it's in my mind of like, hey, I've said that this is a card that I like the premium of. But, okay, let's see. Speaking of premiums, so here's another time when, I think many people might say that in this situation, you take the premium because it's a premium. So it's the rarest card that we see here, even though we already have Bride of the Sea. However, we don't have Lydia. So again, this is kind of my personal preference thing where I would just rather have the card instead of having a premium version of a card that I already have. And, I mean, I don't know, not feeling like this is the most inspiring of premiums anyway. It's not like it's super epic. Sure, she's got, like, the wind blowing in her hair and what have you, but I think we just take Lydia here, and we did pass on her previously, so all the more reason, I think, for us to take her now. And now we will see if the game does anything to mock us about that decision later on. Well, we shall see indeed. We shall see indeed. For a second, I thought that was gonna be it. I thought that was gonna be the same card. I mean, we've taken all of these, so of course, it doesn't really matter what we go with. But that's interesting. At this point, we are now at the point where we've gotten enough of the epic cards that we could get a repeat for all the epic cards. We find them in the middle, and, well, we're having some luck now. Getting a lot of them. Let's see. Is this exactly the same 3 cards we saw earlier? These 2 are. Was this the 3rd card? I don't know. But, once again, Bride of the Sea is premium, so alright. Fair enough, game. Now we'll take her. Point taken. Point taken. Okay, the other thing that just occurred to me was we did not really make a point of noting how many, how much, and now I'm already forgetting what the name of the premium stuff. The premium powder. It's powder, isn't it? That I did not really take note of how much we have. Obviously, like, we can see it right here. But, I mean, if we get enough repeat premiums, which, certainly with Whispers of Tobleton, it seems like we may, then, we could get a somewhat sizable chunk of that. I mean, I basically never use it, which is why I have 16,000 of it. But, I suppose that's, maybe for some other people, that might be an interesting thing to think about is, okay, if I open up this many kegs, how much of the, all the various resources am I going to get from doing that? Second, I thought that was in epic, and I was like, oh no, I opened them all up at once. How could I? That is an epic, though. Let's see, we keep on getting torque, and yeah, it does seem like we're getting to the point now where it is somewhat likely, even, for us to get all repeats if we get epics here in our middle card. So at this point, of course, doesn't matter. No premiums, doesn't look like it. No premiums here either. Nothing special here. No, just make sure I don't accidentally pass up on a premium alumni again. Just need one more today, and then I will have redeemed myself. And it's going to continue to tease me with non-premium ones, and I'm going to have to do a double take. Are you sure? Are you sure that's not animated? Are you sure it's not animated? Maybe I'll just take them every time, just in case. Just in case I miss it. Not seen it this time, though. Might have gotten an extra premium in that set, though. Okay, now we're talking. Legendaries. What'll it be? What'll it be? Alright, Yaga we saw previously. We already have Simless. That is a card that we did not see today, but I certainly have crafted previously. As I was just saying, I've done a lot of Simless decks before. Tissia we do not have, and also, she happens to be a premium, so this actually works really well. There happens to be one card of this 3 that we've not yet gotten, and it happens to be the one that's premium, so sure, absolutely, in that case, we'll take her. Deploy at the end of this turn, reset the order of all allied mages that use their order during this turn. So, basically, I mean, almost like a finisher for Patience Northern Realms, right? You use all of your Patience orders, and then you play her, get them all back, and you can use them again. I don't know, obviously I haven't used her yet. Okay, now we've got epics here. And okay, we have all these, however, this is a premium for offering to the sea, so we'll definitely take that. And once again, I will take alumni, just in case. Just in case one of them is premium and I don't realize it. Oh man, back at the legendaries here. Let's see what we get. Okay, we obviously, as I was saying before, we have Francesca. We also already have Bloody Mistress. That is a card that I also crafted with scraps and have used in a previous deck. A lot of fun, that card. But this is the card that I think, at least of the legendaries, might be the most powerful. This is just insane. I don't know how... Fucusia? Play a Skellige unit from your graveyard with a provision cost of 10 or less and give it Doomed. Basically, it's Renew, but that provision cost limit is 1 higher. Renew is capped at 9, this is capped at 10. So, and that is a pretty significant difference, because that means you can get some cards like Dogger, you can get, what else, Morkvarg, some other big ones as well. So, some really good options there. Then, if you don't go all the way up to 10 provisions with the card that you get back, then you can spawn Rain on one of your opponent's rows for basically the difference between 10 and whatever the provision cost of the unit that you bring back is. So, you know, if you bring back just a 4 provision cost unit, then you get 6 turns of Rain, which is a lot. Probably not going to end up doing it that way, but either way, really strong card. Really excited to get the chance to play it. See, nothing here. Right. No premiums. Nothing syncing up on me. I do like that one. Okay, that's a premium. We'll nab that. Ooh, okay. Well, we got the Witchfinder previously. So we're hoping it's not her. It's the Scoundrel. And in fact, we passed on him previously, so that's really good. As I was saying, it did jump out to me as a Syndicate card that looks really strong. I've seen some people use it every once in a while, but, you know, I've just not seen a lot of people play Syndicate in general in seasonal events. So, I'm excited to try this out as well. And, let's see, here, no premiums. Oh, and I'm not sure if we read the Scoundrel, so, you know, we'll make a point to do that for our legendaries and our epics. So, the Scoundrel is a human witch hunter, 12 power, 10 provisions. Summon the top bronze unit from your opponent's deck to the opposite row, then place a bounty on it. So, it may be 12 power, but you're actually putting points on your opponent's side of the board, which kind of counteracts that, except because you put a bounty on it, means you can potentially use that to generate some coins. Tribute 2, choose a bronze unit to summon instead, then place a bounty on it. So if you pay a little bit of coinage, then you can choose a specific unit if there's one in particular that you want to take out. And then also, this is a spender, quote unquote. If you pay 1 coin, you can damage an enemy unit with a bounty by 1. So basically the idea here is you play him, get that bronze unit out there, put the bounty on it automatically, and then immediately spend a bunch of coins to destroy it, and in doing so, get coins back. And then, if you have other ways to give other units bounties already on the board, which, if you're going with a Witch Hunter deck, then you may, then you can turn that into a lot of points very quickly. So, that's an interesting card. I'm excited to try that out. No premiums here. No premiums, but we're taking alumni just in case. By the time this is over, we're gonna have like 50 alumni. 50 alumnus lids? I don't know. Something like that. Okay, well, legendary card. Also, this is pretty cool premium here. He's quite literally levitating. Alright, what do we have? We have, all cards that we've gotten previously. However, Gerhardt is premium, so, I mean, that's a pretty solid tiebreaker, right? Why not in that case? Okay, then, well, nothing premium here, doesn't look like. We'll carry on. Oh, alright, we'll pass on Alumni this time, because that is definitely a premium here for Bountiful Harvest. No premiums here, but we'll take Alumni. We will continue to do so. I see you, game. I see what you're trying to do. You can't fool me. Not this time, not anymore. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Oh, I only saw at the last second that that was an epic, and then it was too late to open it one by one, but we have already seen Ryogan. As I was saying, I think it is a really strong card, and actually we got the legendary card to go with it, Fukushia, earlier, so I think that means we have probably all the cards you need, or at least all the primary cards you need, for pulling off some pretty serious rain/storm combos for Skellige. Of course, with Melusine and Fulmar, there's already a lot of ways to make that stuff happen. So that's definitely, I think, of all the factions from this set, Skellige probably is the one that I'm the most excited about trying out. That and just seeing quite literally how broken Imperial Practitioner is. That one I'm also intrigued about. No premiums. For a second there, I thought something was purple, but... Chat, we got it. We got it. That is our second... Finally, our second premium for Alumni. We are no longer cursed. Confirmed. We are no longer cursed. And for taking that card, for finally taking the premium for Alumni, we get, in return, a legendary. How fitting. What will it be? Oh, man. Oh, this is tough. Oh, this is tough. Okay, so, we already have Vilgefortz Renegade. However, he is premium, and he's a really cool card. I mean, his premium doesn't really have a lot of stuff going on here. He's kind of just, like, very slow-mo moving his staff. So it's not exactly the most exciting thing in the world. There's She Who Knows, which is, of course, an amazing card for monsters. Giving them the ability to get resilience on a really strong unit is huge. So I'm a fan of her. I have played her, although not having had her in my actual card collection, in Patience is a Virtue, the seasonal event, where your provision cost of your cards in your deck goes up by 1 every turn. It's pretty common that you'll get her, and so I played her a lot in that, and she's obviously amazing. So that's tempting, although she's not premium, whereas the Brute is, and we don't have the Brute. So Profit 0, deploy boost self by 0. Boost is equal to the base power of the last destroyed enemy unit with a bounty. Whenever you place a bounty on an enemy unit, increase this unit's profit by 1. So has both the ability to increase itself, or boost itself, and give you a bunch of profit. So, I mean, usually I would say She Who Knows. If it were just between these two and there was no premium factor to consider, I would definitely take She Who Knows. But I think for the premium, it's probably just barely enough for the tiebreaker to go to the Brute. And Vilgefortz, I mean, we're talking just quality of premiums here. Not liking it as much, and obviously we already have you, and we don't have you yet, so probably would prefer to go with the premium that we don't yet have. But that was a tough one. That might be one of our toughest decisions yet. No premiums here, and now we don't need to be so concerned about what ends up popping up here. No need to worry about, is it a premium Alumni? Is it? Is it? Is it not? I mean, of course, could end up happening with any other card as well, but okay. Now we've got some epics here. Let's see what we get. And, all cards that we have, however, we have the option of taking some premiums here, either Ratcatcheress or Alyssa Henson. So I think in this case, because we already have both cards, it's purely a question of which premium do we think looks cooler. And I don't know. I think I'm leaning Ratcatcheress. Because Alyssa, I mean, they're both kind of, you know, waving their hands around doing magic-y stuff. But, I mean, Alyssa is just casually chilling, standing on the ground, whereas Ratcatcheress is obviously flying. So, I think we give the tiebreaker to being able to levitate. And nothing special here. No premiums here either. Kind of curious to see, when everything is all said and done, what is going to be the single card that we get the most copies of. That's going to be interesting to see. And then how many copies of that card do we get? So, like, for example, we've seen 13 purges. If we take it here, this is going to be 14. That's a lot. But we, of course, still have a lot more Syndicate kegs to go, and we're not done yet with all of our Price of Power kegs either. So for that reason, we may see a fair bit more. No premiums, not even alumni. Not even alumni. Not that it matters at this point, because we already have our maximum of 2. Alright, but we'll take it this time. But we'll take it this time. Last time, the game rewarded us with a legendary after having done that, so you know, not that it owes us that, but I'll make do with an epic, I suppose. That'll suffice. Okay, well, we already have all these and no premiums here, so it doesn't really matter. I suppose we'll take Octavia, just because it's the only one that we don't have a duplicate copy of. And, no premiums here. That is a cool one. The Levitating Mage. Meditating, yes, but let's be honest. It's now officially the Levitating Mage. Okay, more epics. That's cool. And this time, okay, we have seen all these and no premiums here, so it doesn't really matter much. Let's not take Witcher's Sabbath, because we already have a couple copies of that. Guess we'll go with Ignatius. No premiums here. Or here. Okay, now we're talking. Now we got the legendaries back. Ooh, okay. So again, the question of how much do you value premiums? Because, again, I think many people would say in this situation, you take Simlas. Yes, we already have him, but he is premium. The alternative is you take Royce, or however you pronounce his name, and although he's not premium, obviously we don't yet have him. So my personal preference would be to go with Royce, because, well, I generally prefer just making sure that I have powerful cards over making sure that I have cards that move when I play them. And, I mean, Simlas, sorry, dude, you are a fantastic card, don't get me wrong, but, you know, you're not exactly the most mobile of premiums. So, Royce, look at the top 3 units in your deck. Move 1 to your graveyard, then destroy an enemy unit with power equal to that unit's power. So, if you have a strong unit, then you can banish it, if it's one of those top 3 cards, and destroy one of your opponent's units that has that same amount of power. Or oftentimes, people might just use this as a way to thin out their deck, and then the order ability is to set the power of a unit to match the number of cards in your deck. So, if you are going with Hyper Thin, which I think is, in some cases, definitely the deck in which you play Royce, then if you have 0 cards in your deck at the time, then that means you can basically use the order to destroy an opposing card. I mean, you could destroy your own card, I suppose, but destroy your opponent's card, because you're setting its power to 0. So, it's strong. Let's take it. Sorry, Simlas. Maybe another time. Oh, yep. I think we passed on this premium previously. So we'll get it here, though. That's nice. No premiums this time, though. We do get a premium Blightmaker, okay. Apparently we did not yet have any of those, so that's cool. No premiums here. Okay, now we're back with the epics. And this time it's, more of the same. No premiums here. I think we did previously see we had a bunch of repeat epics, and then we chose to take Ignatius over Lydia, so sure, we'll take Lydia this time. Oh, a neutral epic. We did get verification previously. Oh, and Alyssa is the other one, right? So I think we're definitely going to have this card, whichever one it is. Yeah, it's Alyssa. Okay, and we passed up on Alyssa's premium before, and, well, we don't get it here. That's just a normal Alyssa. No premiums. Fine, I'll take alumni. I'll do it, if you insist. Okay. Oh. Okay, we may have all... I think we do have all of the Northern Realms epic cards. Yeah, it's Rafford's Vengeance, which we have several of. Of course, we got them all today, because this came out today. Okay, you're a premium. Incubus, we'll take you. No additional premiums here. No additional premiums here. No additional premiums here either. Nothing special. Nothing special here either. Imagine if every Orb of Insight that we took was an Orb of Insight that we could add to our deck. We just increased the maximum number of Orbs of Insight that we could put in our deck. And, well, let's just say 11 Orbs of Insight in your starting deck would be pretty sweet. How's that? Combining that with Sinless? Okay, well, hold on. Now we've got some epics. And this time, it is a bunch of epics that we have already seen. So, I mean, sure, we'll just take either Furcart or Vanadane. We have slightly fewer of them. And I think this will be interesting to see. As we were saying before, now that we're starting to get a fair number of repeats, you know, at what stage, how many kegs do you need to open before you get to the point where almost everything is a repeat? I mean, obviously, we've been there for a little while now. We're at 371 right now remaining. So that means we've done, what, 130 at this point? So we still have a lot more to go. Of course, it'll be... The key question will be, will we get all the epics? And I think we're getting close to that. And even more so than that, are we going to get all the legendaries? That's going to be the really tough thing. That's going to be the real question. And I don't know what the answer is going to be. It will be tough. But if the epics are any indication, you know, we've done pretty well with those. So maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's an indication that, you know, with just, you know, a few more kegs, and we do have a lot more, and we might still be okay when it comes to legendaries as well. As I was saying at the beginning, I think that, you know, there's certainly that chance that since they are so rare that we may end up getting some repeat legendaries and just, unfortunately, have one or two that just never happen to pop up, or, you know, we get them to pop up early on when we have to choose between three, and at the time we just choose one because we feel like taking a certain one, and then turns out that that's the one legendary that we don't see later on, whereas all the other ones we get, you know, 3 duplicates of. We've seen that happen a little bit already with the epics. Oh, and actually, I only just saw that pop up at the side, but it is another Ratcatcher S, so of course we do have that already. That one we didn't have to open up individually, Lids. You're right. You're right. Nothing special here. And no premiums. So yeah, what have your favorite cards been thus far that you have used from this expansion, whether it be Harvest of Sorrow, or whether it be Price of Power more generally? As I was saying, at least with the newest cards, I think I'm most excited about some of the Skellige ones. Like Messenger of the Sea is basically like a mini Dogger, and it's bronze, so you can play 2 different copies of it, or well, you can have 2 copies in your deck, and it costs 4 provisions less, which is pretty sweet. So I'm excited to try that one out, along with all the other Skellige cards. At least with the newest stuff. I think that's one I'm the most excited about, along with Nilfgaard. The older stuff, that's a little bit harder to say. I'm not sure about that. Simless was obviously a lot of fun to mess around with him, especially with some seasonal events where you could just do absolutely insane stuff with him. Playing, I forget what I got to. I think it was 38 special cards in one turn, or 38 cards total was the most I ever got using Simloss. And someone messed up my combo a little bit. They got rid of one of my, was it Sorceresses of Dolbothana, or maybe it was a Seer, an Elven Seer it might have been, and which would have allowed me to have played an additional few Orbs of Insight, I think. And so I think it would have been 42 cards in one turn if they had not interrupted the combo. So there's Mamuna. We've seen her, it, them, earlier on. Don't think any of those are premium. Got like 9 or 10 premium Elven Seers. That's pretty insane. Seen a lot of these as well. Yeah, we're of the commons. We got a lot of premiums. So yeah, I mean that powder is going to add up, like we were saying. I might not be seeing that much of it on the big cards, but just from sheer volume alone, it's going to become a factor. It's going to become pretty big, I think. Certainly the scraps will as well. Certainly the scraps will as well. That goes without saying. Okay, now we're talking. Bring on the legendaries. And in this case, Terra Nova is another card that I certainly did create basically as soon as he came out. And interestingly, when he did come out, he was bugged. And as soon as he came out, I had created a video using him in the deck and made that video. And at the time that I had released it, they had then basically patched it and completely banned him. Basically, like, prevented people from making decks with him. And if you had already made a deck with him, prevent you from playing that deck. And so people are like, Lids, where did you get this card? How do you use it? Why am I not allowed to use it? Why can't I play right now? I'm like, sorry. Just so happens that I snuck in this brief little window before they fixed the bug in which he was able to create copies of himself, which was game-breakingly powerful. But anyways, that's an aside. We have She Who Knows that we saw this previously at the end of the round. Give resilience to the highest base power unit on your side of the battlefield. Really strong. However, we also have Philovandrel, which is brand new, came out today. Deploy in the melee row, create and play a special card with a provision cost equal to this unit's power. Or you play in the range row and play a Scoia'tael special card with a provision cost equal to or lower than this unit's power. The idea here being that you hand boost him so that he has more power before you actually play him. And then if you play him in the melee row, you get a more precise choice of which special card you get to play. Whereas if you play in the range row, you get more of a wider variety because you can take exactly the card with the same amount of provision costs, or you can go with something lower. And I mean, that's not capped. So that can go all the way up into gold special card territory. So obviously brand new, so I've not yet gotten the chance to try him out, and I don't really think I've seen anyone test him out yet, but obviously it's certainly early days there. I don't know. This is definitely the safe pick, but this is perhaps the more exciting one because it's brand new. I don't know. We did pass up She Who Knows previously. I think we take her just because she's so good, right? She's just so good. And not sure about Philovandrel. Very well, maybe, but just a little bit too early to call. And of course, if we see him later on, then we'll be happy to take him. All right, and we've seen all these before. Well, actually, we have not yet seen Letitia, although this is a card that I had crafted with scraps previously for Patience decks. And definitely very strong Patience card at that. And, well, she's the only one that we don't have 2 copies of, so might as well take her here. No premiums. Alright, back in Epic Land. And here, okay, all familiar faces, no premiums. And again, in this case, I suppose we'll take Furcart, because it's the only one that we don't already have a duplicate of. No premiums. Carry on. No premiums. Carry on. Oh, it's a premium, and it's alumni. Curse is over, okay, game? You don't need to keep on teasing us with that card. Yes, I may have missed one early, but we've made up for it. Okay, Blightmaker is definitely premium here, so we'll nab that. No premiums here, though. Alright, legendaries, here we come. What is it this time? Well, we passed on Philovandrel previously, and perhaps good thing that we did, because We have Fulmar, who I have crafted previously. I believe that was, it was with scraps, but I don't think we've seen him yet today. So yeah, that was one that I have already been using, and with Melusine, amazing combo. Very much looking forward to doing that with the new Skellige cards as well. I think they all work really well together. Witchfinder, we also picked up earlier today, though I don't think we talked about her at all. Spawn 3 Syndicate Crowns. At the end of your turn, if no enemy unit has a bounty, place a bounty on the highest power enemy unit. I think that would work really well with the Scoundrel, right? Where the Scoundrel comes in, immediately, you summon a bronze card to your opponent's side of the board, immediately destroy it with the Scoundrel, and then because that unit has a bounty, you'll get some coins, and then with those coins, you can then, see, is this at, oh, this is at the end of your turn, okay, so you would still need to wait a turn before you can use Scoundrel to kill another card that has a bounty, but, a nice combo, that makes sense, of course, what with Witchfinder, and I think the Scoundrel is technically the Witchfinder's son, right? I think so, because she's Octavia Hale, as we've now learned, and Octavia Hale lets you draw one of Octavia Hale's sons, and doesn't really explicitly say who that is, or at least it didn't initially when they announced it, but I think that includes the Scoundrel. But anyways, we'll take Phil Vandrel here. We were talking about him previously. We passed up on him, but now we get a chance to nab him, so that's great. That is, of course, a brand new card that just came out today, and the centerpiece, or at least the cover art of this expansion. So that's awesome. No premiums here. Alright, back to the epics. And this time, more repeats and no premiums, so it really doesn't matter this time around. And so, this is kind of a good test for you guys if you're thinking about opening up a bunch of the Price of Power kegs yourself, and you're wondering, how many kegs do I need to open up before I can be pretty confident that I'm getting the vast majority of the cards from this expansion? And it's a little bit harder to tell because, as I was saying, I did craft a somewhat significant amount of them with scraps before I started opening up these kegs. But as we've seen, we've already gotten the vast majority of them. I think at this stage, we might have every epic, and we certainly still have a few legendaries remaining, but might not even be that many left. In this case, we did pass on you once before, or at least once before, but this is now our duplicate. And just for context, we're saying we've gotten the vast majority of the cards, and at this point we've opened up, what, on the order of 170 or so of the kegs, so, no, you may not need to open up 500, but then again, you can get more legendaries, and no premiums here, and we have already seen all these cards, so it doesn't matter too much, I suppose. But obviously, for those of you just tuning in here, we are not only opening up Way of the Witcher, or, oh, why do I keep calling Way of the Witcher? That's the previous one. Price of Power kegs. We're starting with those, and we're doing 500, or technically 501 of them, and then doing a bunch of other kegs as well, and then we're finishing up using premium kegs. So, let's see. Then a bunch of repeats here as well. As we were saying, we may very well have all of the epic cards from this expansion. If not, we've got to be pretty darn close. Yeah, verification, okay. We can take at least a second one of them here. Didn't yet have a duplicate. No premiums, but we'll take alumni. No premiums, but we'll take alumni. I was so ready for it to give us another non-premium alumni. Not this time, though. Not this time. Not this time either. Stay on your toes. Stay on your toes. Still no premiums, though. Alright, we had a bit of a hot spell for a minute there. I was going to say we were potentially getting a little bit cold there, but as soon as I was about to say that, now we got some legendaries. And, well, let's see. We already have all of these, and there are no premiums. So I think in this case, we're just looking to take one that we don't already have 2 copies of. So doing fine with Melusine. I mean, we did pass up on a premium Simlas previously. So, I mean, maybe we take Simlas to kind of sort of try to make up for that. I suppose we go that route. Oh, and Mushy Truffle, I think I mentioned this previously, but obviously that did come out today. And I think we saw it once before, but I did craft it with scraps for actually the deck video that we did this morning. Rafford's Vengeance we've seen many times before. No premiums here. Not that I really want another premium Self-Eater. It is quite disturbing, as it turns out. Okay. I was saying we were getting a little cold. Now we're getting hot, if anything. We got a lot of legendaries here. And, well, we've already seen all these. So, I mean, I think Fuchsia looks really, really awesome. This is going to be really fun to play this card, so let's take another one of that. Not that it matters too much here. And, ooh, okay, we are getting very hot right now. That's Fur Cart. We have legendaries here, too. And in this case, all right, no premiums, and so we're looking to take a repeat of something we already have, so, I mean, take your pick. Yaga, Fulmar, Tissia, yes, Yaga? I don't know. Shouldn't really matter. Alright, no premiums. Oh, I am curious. I've kind of taken note of whenever we take Purge, just how many copies of that we have. But no, it is not the one we have the most of. We have over 30 Blightmakers and over 30 Savvy Hucksters, so those ones are perhaps in the lead, not Purge. Could be other ones that have even more. I mean, it's a chance. We still have a lot of kegs to open here. And we could find ourselves getting over 50 copies of some of these common cards. So that would be pretty crazy if that were to happen, but I wouldn't rule it out. Alright, we got some epics. And we have seen them all. So I suppose we'll take Maruna, because I think we had fewer of her than the other ones. I don't think any of them were premiums, if I'm not mistaken. Well, more epics here. And no premiums this time, so I suppose we'll take, I don't know, Ignatius? We've seen them all already today, I think. And no premiums, but we'll take Alumni. I feel like I can just have that pre-recorded and press a button to activate that sound. No premiums, but we'll take Alumni. No premiums, but we will take something other than Alumni. Oh, there's a premium. Yeah, as I was saying before, I am a fan of the Melusine Occultist. The premium on that, it's pretty funny. Very passionately beating that drum. Very passionately beating that drum. Obviously, we already have the 2 premiums that is the maximum we could ever put in a deck, but we'll take that over Alumni, because, you know, Alumni is not actually premium this time, okay? Game, you can't curse us for that. That's not allowed. We had reason not to take it. And, well, seen all these guys before. It looks like we have the fewest copies of Ryogan, so sure, we'll take you again. Seen a lot of the cultists recently, but this one is not premium. Nor are any of these. Nor any of these. Alright, we'll take Alumni, though, even though it's not premium. Take it up to the game. And, I don't know, are we making Melusine Cultist a thing now as well? Is that a thing? I don't know. Non-premium Alumni definitely is. Melusine Cultist is approaching that territory now. Alright, now we're back to the epics. In this case, ooh, oh, okay, another tough one. Another tough one where Furcart is premium. So as I was saying before, I think many people would make the case that you ought to take him because he's technically the rarest card we're seeing here. However, we obviously don't yet have Fabian Hale. And as I was saying previously, I don't really care that much about premiums, so for that reason, I would usually take Fabian Hale in this case. I suppose you could make the counter argument that, well, Lids, you know, after opening up all of these cards, you are going to get just a ridiculous amount of scraps, so any card that you don't actually end up getting directly from the kegs, you could just craft with scraps, but that's boring. So, I think we're just, you know, we're just trying to get as many different cards as we possibly can here today. And, you know, if we can get every single card from this expansion, then that's a pretty awesome goal. And we were saying before that we were wondering if we had already gotten all the epics, and apparently the answer was no. So I think we do. I think we do take Fabian in this case. Even if he's not premium. I know. Well, see, this time around, I was going to say, if you give us Fabian here, then I'm going to look pretty silly, but of course no way of knowing if that was going to end up happening. We've seen all those cards before, though, so doesn't matter which one we take. And at this point, I mean, as we were saying, I thought we might have been approaching... Oh, well, we got a premium Orb Insight as well. Nice. I thought we might have been approaching the point where we had already gotten all the epic cards. Well, we'll see if we have any new ones here. We do not. Well, okay. Fair enough, game. There is a normal Fabian, so we would have gotten him anyway, but of course, again, no way of knowing if that was going to end up happening at the time when we first picked him. But now it means that in the future, it should be a more straightforward option. If we do get all the common copies of all the cards, then we can just always take the premiums. And in this case, we already have a premium Bride of the Sea, but sure, we'll take another. Why not? No premiums here, though. No premiums, but we'll take alumni nonetheless. How many of the alumnus do we have at this point? 23? Feels like a lot more than that, of course. But that's perhaps more just because we're making a conscious effort of taking it. No premiums here, though. Okay, back to the epics. And we have them all. Not seeing any premiums, so we'll just take one of the ones that we have fewer of, so Vanadane or Verification. No premiums. Carry on. No premiums. Carry on. No premiums. Carry on, but we'll take the Cultists. There is a premium, and we actually don't have any premiums of Practice Makes Perfect yet, so sure, we'll take it. That's definitely a good pickup in that case. Oh, and I almost didn't even notice that that's premium, although that is a little freaky. Alright, now we're talking. Back to the legendaries, and back to the premium Whispers of Dobelthama as well. Alright, in this case, oh, look at that. We have seen them all. We do have them all, but that is a premium Witchfinder. That is absolutely what we'll take in this case, then. Nice. That's a cool pickup. For a second, that looked like that might have been premium, but it is not. We'll take it nonetheless, just in case. No premiums here. Or here. Or here. Okay, back to epics. And in this case, okay, no premiums, and we already have all these, so just a matter of everyone you like best. We seem to have the fewest torques, so we'll take you. No premiums. Carry on. Alright, legendary time. See if we get lucky this time around. And we do have them all. And no premiums this time, it doesn't seem, so take your pick. It shouldn't really matter. Maybe, I don't know. Philoventrell is the newest, so why don't we take you? Nothing special here. Wow, alright. Already back to the legendaries. And this time, see more Melusine, but actually the Scoundrel is the only one that we do not yet have a second copy of, so I suppose we'll take the Scoundrel in that case. And nothing special here. Nothing special here, but we'll take alumni. Ooh, okay. Got a random epic over here, and it's Witch's Sabbath. We've seen a few of those already, but definitely a nice pickup nonetheless. More epics. In this case, we've seen them all, and there are not any premiums, so it shouldn't much matter. Oh, alright. Back to the legendaries already. We've seen them all. No premiums, and we don't have any duplicates of the Mushy Truffle or Francesca, so we likely want to go with one of those. I mean, Mushy Truffle, again, if we're going with the newer card is the tiebreaker, then I suppose we'll take this. Oh, you're a premium, and actually we don't have any premiums yet of you, so that's nice. No premiums here, though. Oh, Master Puppets. We did not have any premiums of you, so let's nab you. Nice. And no premiums here, but we'll take the Melusine Cultist. Okay, more epics. Nice, nice. Oh, and we passed up specifically on a premium Alyssa Henson previously, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So to get her again here and once again premium, definitely nice. So that was a missed opportunity before. I forget what we chose to take instead. I think it was, well, another, it might have been another premium card, although it might have been one that we were saying, well, we don't have it yet. We should be safe and make sure that we at least get, you know, one of each of the epic cards. Well, speaking of epic cards, we got more here, and that includes Alyssa. Maybe we just keep playing Alyssa then, if we're gonna continue to get epics when we play her. Maybe we continue to take Alyssa. Ah, she's not here this time. Okay, well, we have the fewest Lydias, so I suppose we take her. Oh, we got a premium Practice Makes Perfect over there as well. Nice. No premiums. No premiums, but we'll take the Cultist. No premiums. Okay, there is a premium, Bountiful Harvest. Take that for sure in that case. No premiums here. We'll just move on in. The next keg. And okay, this one is tough to tell when it's premium, but yes, it is premium. Is it as tough as Alumni? I don't know. Alumni, oh, missed, and speaking of missed, I just saw it the split second I was about to click on this, that there was a legendary hiding out over there, and it's another Witchfinder. We, of course, just recently got a premium version of her, but to get another copy, I mean, we'll take it. No premiums here, but oh man, this is the tough one. We've been deliberately taking the Cultists and the Alumni. We've been deliberately taking the Cultists for good luck. We've been deliberately taking the Alumni to avoid bad luck. So, take your pick. I don't know. The Alumni did legitimately curse us before, so I think we take that. Just to play it safe. And, well, in return, we get a premium Orb of Insight, so nice. Seems to have paid off. No premiums there, though. You're getting a whole bunch of premiums with some of these, though. 15 Bleeding Effigies, 14 Whispers of Double Thunder. I mean, Watcher of the Valley, 11 as well. It might just be that all of our commons are at or near double digits at this point for the premiums. Which is pretty ridiculous. Okay, we do have a neutral epic here, so it's what? Alyssa or it's Verification. We've seen a lot of Alyssa. It's Verification this time, though. And no premiums here. I feel like I need to always double check with this one because it is hard to tell, as we were saying before. Nothing here premium-wise, but we'll take alumni. No more premiums, but we'll take Hysteria. I don't know. Sure, I guess. Why not? It's not a thing, but... Nothing special this time around, either. Okay, now we're back to the epics. And this time... Oh, you're premium. You are premium indeed. Let's take you. You gone? Don't mind if I do. Or epics. This time, more Fabian Hales. And we have seen all these. No premiums, and I suppose we only have one Dead Man's Tongue at the moment, so why don't we take you? How many have we opened so far? 1 second, we'll check. Just as soon as we're done with this one. Let's see. Nothing special there. We started out with... Oh, good timing. We started out with 501 price of power kegs. We are on 250 now. So that means we have opened 251 kegs. And in total, we have, what, 1,063 or something like that? So, still have a long ways to go. But we're making good progress, at least on price of power. We're basically now, we just passed halfway, right? So, I mean, we just passed halfway, and we have already gotten a bunch. I mean, we were saying, I think we now have every epic card, and we are possibly even getting close to having all the legendary cards. That's a good sign. If we still have, you know, another round of just as many kegs to open, still another practically 250 at this point. I think the real question is, how fast have we been doing these? There's a Bride of the Sea. We've seen her, of course, already, but good pickup nonetheless. It's an epic. Yeah, are we looking like our current pace has us set to finish this in 8 hours, 10 hours, or 5? Just, you know, asking for my own personal sanity's sake. No premiums here. No premiums here, but we'll take alumni. Just play it safe. Avoid the curse. Avoid the curse. Oh, and yes! Premium Melusine Cultist. Love it. You'd love to see it. No premiums here. Yeah, like, we've been going for, in theory, almost 2 hours now, although that includes, at least based on the little timer that I'm looking at, that includes time when we were just on the, you know, starting soon screen. So we've probably been going for about, then we also were just chatting a bit at the beginning. So I don't know, we might have been going for, like, maybe a little less than an hour and a half of actual keg opening at this point. And we've done, what, 250 kegs in an hour and a half, so somebody who has better mental math skills, or at least better multitasking skills than me, can maybe figure out what the pace is of that keg opening. More epics here, and Octavia Hale is the one that we have the least of, so I suppose we'll take her. Don't think there are any premiums there. At this point, Shoop is going to get tired, opening up all these kegs for us, smashing them like that. Oh, look at that. There was Francesca hiding out there on the side. And this is one that I had crafted previously, as I was saying before, but this is the first time we've actually taken her today. We have seen her a few times, but deliberately opted to go with other people. Because, of course, like I said, we already had her. Ooh, more epics. Okay. Yeah, I mean, hopefully what we'll find is that as we are going through these, and of course we get to the point where we have taken most, if not all, of the cards, the decisions to be had will presumably become more straightforward. It will just become, are there any premiums? No. Is there a card that we clearly have fewer copies of? Kinda. And that's pretty easy decision to make, and fairly quick decision to make, and therefore, you know, we might start zooming through at least until we are onto our next set of kegs. Because this is the thing. One of the reasons why I would recommend that people do not open up a ton of the expansion kegs. Oh, and that is premium. Actually, our first premium purge. But yeah, one of the reasons why I would recommend that people do not open up a ridiculous number of expansion kegs is because there aren't that many cards in the expansions, as we're seeing here. You know, after opening up 250 or so kegs, we've basically gotten all of them, or at least absolutely very close to all of them. And so, you know, chances of us getting additional cards out of the next 250 kegs that we open, fairly low. You know, it's definitely more efficient to just stop keg opening here and buy your remaining cards with scraps, but of course that's not what we're here to do today. But just for your own personal keg opening experience, you know, don't try this at home, kids. This is not the most efficient way to do it. But we have more legendaries, of course, and in this case, we've already gotten 2 of each of these, and this is what I mean. I mean, at this point, if we have several copies of the legendaries, then that would suggest we're doing pretty well from that standpoint. I mean, at this point, it shouldn't really matter who we take. No premiums. So, you know, we have several duplicate copies of our legendaries, at least some of them. Is there one, or maybe there's 2 that, you know, have been hiding and we just haven't actually been able to get thus far? It's still possible. Still certainly possible. I don't know offhand. There's one that we've missed. It's not anything that immediately comes to mind as something that we are obviously missing, but I could certainly be forgetting about something. Have we gotten the most recent? Oh, you know what we haven't gotten? We've not gotten the most recent Northern Realms legendary. We've not gotten that. At the very least, there's that. So I can say definitively, we definitely do not have all of the legendaries yet. There's at least one that we've not yet received. Possibly more. Possibly more. Of course, it is hard to know definitively without having like a checklist in front of me of, have you seen this card? Have you seen this card? Oh, well, we could see one of them here. Alright, it is, well, again, legendary cards that we have already seen. We only have one copy of Vilgefortz Renegade, though, so why don't we take another one of him? And Orb of Insight is animated. Already have 2 copies of it, but why not? We'll take another. Okay, epics this time. No legendaries. I suppose Fabian Hale. No legendaries here either. Elven Seer is on 15 of the premiums. I mean, Bleeding Effigy's on 17. That's insane. 4 epics. No premiums here. We'll take more Fabian, I suppose. Couldn't matter too much. Oh, you're a premium. Okay. Messenger of the Sea. Nice. We got one of those previously for the premium version. That's our second. 4 Orb of Insight. 4 premiums. And no premiums this time. We have several copies of all these cards, so shouldn't really matter who we take. No premiums here either. Carry on. Suppose we'll just keep on taking Orb of Insight for good luck. Does seem like perhaps it's been helping us out. Alumni to avoid the curse. Oh, and now you've seen Cultist for good luck as well. Orb of Insight again. No premiums here. Four here, but we'll take the Cultist. Nothing special there. 4 here, but we'll take the Cultist again. Getting a little bit cold, hoping that the Cultist will give us some good luck. Oh, and okay, we did get a random epic here. This time it's another Letitia. Nothing special, but we'll take alumni. I mean, even the rare cards, we're getting 30 or 38 copies of them. That's pretty insane. The commons, we're getting 50 plus copies. I mean, I suppose we could have done the math initially and just figured out, okay, 5 kegs, or rather 5 cards per keg, 500 kegs. I mean, well, it's a pretty simple math, but let's see. I mean, all epics that we've seen before and no premiums here, so shouldn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you're gonna get, you know, 2,500 keg or 2,500 cards, then yeah, chances are that you're gonna get a lot of repeats, especially with the most common ones. But now we're talking legendaries, and this time, here it is. That is the final, or at least the most recent, Northern Realms legendary card. This is the one that I was talking about that I know we did not yet get, so we're definitely gonna take this. This might even be the last legendary card of this set. So it's a location, has resilience, deploy, spawn, and play Runeward, which is that powerful Northern Realms special card that creates a random Northern Realms mage and gives it a shield. You can choose between 3. Generally, if you get the option, you're picking a Spellweaver. And then also has the order to spawn a base copy of the last played ally Bronze Mage on that row. And so, you know, if you, for example, play a Spellweaver, then you can spawn in another Spellweaver and just load up on a whole bunch of Spellweavers. So, yeah, we're definitely taking that. As I was saying, I don't know. That might have been the last one that we needed. There's now a chance that we have every single card in this set. And let's just take a look after we're done with this one. How many did it take for us to get there? We have 194, well, we had 195 remaining at the time. So we had, what, opened up like 300, or yeah, like 305-ish? 306? That's how many it took for us to get what I think might have been the last card that we needed. There's a chance there's still 1 or 2 more that just aren't immediately coming to mind. Oh, look at that. Torque is premium. Let's take it. And so is Imperial Practitioner. I know there was an alumni there, but alumni, you are allowed, we are allowed to take other cards if they are premium. It's only if nothing is premium that we are obligated to take alumni. Orb of Insight, sure. It's another one that we're kind of sort of turning into one of our good luck charms. So we'll keep on taking it here. Yeah, we'll keep on taking it here, as it turns out. I was saying before, imagine if you could get 37 Orbs of Insight in your starting deck. That would just be insane. Then play for 38. Oh, but these are our 2 good luck charms. I think we gotta go with the Cultist. We've been doing the Cultist for longer. But, yeah, just imagine, use Simloss to play 38 Orbs of Insight from your deck, and then get the additional copies of, like, all of them. And then, you know, that's basically, you know, guaranteed to double the amount of special cards that you play. So, you know, you're gonna end up playing 70 special cards on 1 turn, mind you, because Simloss plays them all on 1 turn. Okay, gotta go with Alumni here. And then if Gourd didn't get nerfed, then it would have meant a crazy big Gourd, but of course, this wasn't meant to be. Not anymore, at least. Just got to appreciate the times that we had with the previous Gourd. Free boost cap. No premiums there. Or that this one is tough, but it is not premium. Sometimes hard to tell. Alright. Orb of Insight again for good luck. Oh, and I was about to say, it felt like we were getting a little bit cold there. Been a while since we'd seen any epics or legendaries, but we get verification there. And no premiums here. Oh, look at that. A random neutral legendary card. So it's, what, probably the Mushy Truffle? No premiums, but we'll take over with Insight. No premiums, but we'll take over with Insight. That's up to 40 now. And, well, we have to take Alumni, of course. We are contractually obligated to do so. Nothing there that's any good, or any special. Oh, I was gonna take the Cultist, but that is, again, one of those sneaky premiums. Hard to tell, but yes, it is, in fact, a premium. Not this time, though. Not this time. Or this time. But I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Ooh. Okay. Neutral epic card. Another verification. Not premium. Oh, okay. We'll take Alumni again. Melusine Cultist is one of our good luck cards, but I think we prioritize avoiding the curse of not taking Alumni over the good luck that comes from the Melusine Cultist. At least, I think we did that once before, and same story here with Orb of Insight and Alumni. Prioritize the Alumni. Oh, okay. More epics. We get to choose, and for a split second, I thought that was a premium, but I don't think it is, so it shouldn't matter here. And no premiums, but we'll take Alumni. Oh, okay, Purge is premium. And nothing special here. Carry on. Okay, more epics. This time, no premiums, and, of course, a bunch of things we've seen before. I suppose we have the fewest Istreds, so we might as well take him. Oh, okay. A random epic Skellige card here. It's another Ryogon, and we did get a premium of him previously, but this one's just a normal one. You are not a premium. No premiums here either. And you're not a premium. Not fooling me. You're not fooling me. Oh, okay. This is a premium, though, with casting contest. Alright, more epics. And no premiums this time. We have the fewest of Lydia, so I suppose we take her. Okay, and ooh, random epic. Okay, sure. What do we have? It's another Mamuna. And no premium is here. Nothing special this time, at least other than this set here, and no premium, so carry on. Okay, hold on, though. Now we got the legendaries, and this time, oh, look at that. We got a juicy premium Roids. Nice. Very nice. And nothing else is premium here, and we already have both these guys, so definitely the clear choice. And you gotta love those fire claws, right? That's pretty sweet. That's a good one, for sure. No premiums, but we'll take over with Insight. No premiums. I think we said we prioritize Melusine Cultist over Orb of Insight for good luck. Those are our two good luck charms. That time, not premium, but, you know, just to be sure, we'll take it, I suppose. And no premiums here. Or here, but we'll take over with Insight for that good luck. And no premiums here either. No premiums here. Oh, okay. Random epic syndicate card here. And it's Octavia. Not premium, though. And no premiums here either. Not even you. Try as you might to fool us. Okay. Melusine Cultist for the good luck. Make sure to get you. Then Orb of Insight. Oh, I was going to say for the good luck, but look at that. Master Puppets is premium. Almost missed it there. Oh, and would have been Alumni as well. We would have needed to avoid the curse, actually. But no, we are allowed to take premiums. Even if we have Alumni as an alternative. Okay, here come the epics. And this time we've seen them all, and I'm not seeing any premiums. So, shouldn't really matter who we take. Orb of Insight for good luck this time. Don't worry, that other guy on the right was not a premium, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and would have taken Melusine Cultist for the good luck, but then again we have two options for premium. We do already have 2 Bountiful Harvests, though, or 2 premium copies of it, and we don't have any premium copies of Hysteria yet, so I think that means we definitely take this. Okay, and now we go back to Melusine Cultist for the good luck. And oh, we got a random Melusine Cultist premium over there for good luck. That's cool. Let's make sure we take Alumni here, though, to avoid the curse. Oh, and in doing so, we get a random Epic Northern Realms, and it's another Rafford's Vengeance. And no premiums here, but we'll take Alumni. Oh, and that was a random Torque as well. Almost missed it. In fact, I did. No premiums here, though. Well, we did get random epic, so that was pretty nice. And no premiums here either. No premiums here, but we go Melusine Cultist for the good luck. No premiums here either. No premiums here. This time, well, we gotta take Alumni, even if it's not premium, as we were saying. Avoid the curse. It does feel like we're in a bit of a lull here. Fortunately, we did get a random epic for Syndicate, and it's Octavia again. Still hoping we can get a legend or a premium version of her, though. Okay, so Orb of Insight would be good luck, but we need to take Alumni. That is top priority to avoid the curse. And that's Alumni number 50, for what it's worth. Okay, now we can go Orb of Insight. Don't worry, that guy was not premium. Alright, now we're talking. Now we're back to legendaries. And in this case, oh man. So we got the premium Royce, might have even been the previous legendary card that we got. And, well, he's back, and he's premium. Definitely would have preferred if we had, say, gotten a premium Philivandrel instead, because of these 3 cards, he's the only one that we don't have a premium of yet. But, I mean, I think we still gotta take Royce, right? Oh, look at this. Whoa, that's 3 epics in 1 pack. That's nice. Let's take a look. Okay, certainly seen you before. Same with that. In fact, they're both Scoia'tael. It's kind of funny. Let's see. And then, I mean, we could complete the Scoia'tael trifecta. Let's go for it. Maybe we'll be blessed with good Scoia'tael luck from here on out. We'll have to remember that when we open up our Scoia'tael packs later. Maybe we will see that good luck bear fortune there. Okay, so, well, we've seen all these, and no premiums, so take whatever we'd like here, I think. Shouldn't really matter. Oh, and man, talk about good luck. We're already back to legendaries. And no premiums this time, although we've only seen 1 copy of Chapter of Wizards. This was, I think, the last card we were waiting to get from this expansion, and so why not take a second one here? And okay, random Northern Realms epic, and it's another Rafford's Vengeance, and no premiums there. And I'm curious how many we have left. We have 126 remaining, so we are what, basically like 3/4 of the way through, at least for this set of kegs. And I'm interested to see what ends up happening once we go to the other types of kegs, because of course, as we've seen, we have pretty much exhausted the list of cards from this set. But it is the newest set, so of course it's nice to do. Oh, okay, we are allowed to take other premiums, even when we have alumni down there, as long as alumni is not also premium. So we can take you. And that's good, because that is our second premium of you. So we still needed that one. And we'll take Orb of Insight for good luck. And Melusine Cultist for good luck. And Orb of Insight for more good luck. Farm it up. Farm up the luck. Oh, okay, and we get a premium here for Imperial Practitioner. Do already have several of them, but it's not bad. Oh, and I just saw it as I was clicking on that, but that was a legendary there, the Scoundrel. We've, of course, seen him a couple times already, but that's not a bad pickup. A random legendary pickup there. Not even one of the 3 middle ones. And no premiums here, but we'll take Alumni. No premiums here either, it doesn't seem. Oh, and that is a premium. Definitely take that in that case. Another Bountiful Harvest. No premiums here. Carry on. Oh, another Imperial Practitioner. Okay, yes, the Melusine Cultist is for good luck, but I think, again, we can make an exception if we're actually taking a premium here. And no premiums this time, though. Oh, random Nilfgaard epic here. It's Fur card. And we'll take, ooh, I think we said Melusine Cultist is technically more good luck than Orb of Insight is, so we'll go Melusine Cultist. Oh, and random Northern Realms epic here, and it seems like every time we do get a random Northern Realms epic, it's Rafford's Vengeance. Okay, Orb of Insight for good luck, of course. Oh, and, okay, more epics. No premiums, though, and we've, of course, seen all these before, so it shouldn't really matter which one we opt to take. No premiums here. Oh, look at that. Epics here. Legendary there. What do we get? It's the Bloody Mistress. We had one of her already, but that is just our second copy, so that's certainly not bad. And we have, of course, seen all of these epics and no premiums, so we'll just take whichever we want. For a second, I thought that was the gold of a legendary. I was like, oh man, we really lucked out, didn't we? Alas, it was not. But Orb of Insight giving us some more good luck. Perhaps we will find more soon. Likewise, with either Orb of Insight or Melusine Cultist. And, well, here is some of that luck. And it is a premium Dead Man's Tongue, and we don't have one of those yet, so that's definitely a nice pickup. That's kind of a... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. Might not be the biggest fan of that specific art for that one. It's kind of like the Bleeding Effigy, where it's like, do I want to be watching this right now? Well, Hysteria is also premium, and we only have one premium of it already, so that is definitely a good pickup. And no premiums here, though. And none here either. And we just got a contract completed, probably for opening a bazillion kegs, I imagine. Might have been for opening 1,000 kegs. Obviously, we're close to getting 500-ish now. Probably more on the order of about 450 at the moment. But obviously, I have opened kegs in the past, just not for the past year. But once upon a time, yes, I did open a keg or two. Back in my day. Oh, okay. Have to take alumni. And have to take alumni, even if it's not premium. And for doing so, perhaps we get rewarded here with some more epics. Seen them all, no legend, or rather, no premiums, so shouldn't really matter which one we opt to choose here. No premiums this time around. Oh, and I just saw the corner of my eye. Yes, that was legendary, and yes, it is Chapter Wizard, which was, as I was saying, I believe, the last card we needed in this set. Of course, now we've obviously gotten it several times now. But it will always, perhaps, hold a place in our hearts for that reason. Okay, and well, more epics here. No premiums. Istrid, we still have the fewest copies of you, so I suppose we'll go that route. And, oh, another premium Hysteria. We got one of those recently. And no premiums, but we'll take the Good Luck Melusine Cultist. Okay, and with that luck, we'll get more epics, though no premiums here. So, and we have 5 of them all, so not even an obvious tiebreaker. Orb of Insight for good luck. And epics. This time, we've seen them all. No premiums. We have the fewest of the Dead Man's Tongue, so I suppose we go that route. Or epics. This time, still having seen them all, take your pick. I guess Muna. Oh, and this one is premium this time. Let's take you. And no premiums with these epics. We have the fewest of Lydia and Witch's Sabbath. Take one of those. But I mean, we've got, as you saw there, in some cases 5 or even 6 copies of some of the epics, and we'll get another one here for Syndicate. It's Fabian. And, well, no premiums this time. Let's see, no premiums here either. Oh, and there's a Skellige legendary. Let's take a look. And it's Fuchsia again. Again, possibly my favorite card overall from the entire Price of Power set. And, well, okay. We do need to take Alumni here to avoid the curse. Even over the Melusine Cultist, I'm afraid. It is necessary. It is required. And it is required to do so here as well. And it is required to do so here as well. And for having done so, perhaps we get our second premium of the Sorceress of Dobelthana. And nothing special here. We'll go Orb of Insight for good luck. And this time round, another Orb of Insight for good luck. We'll go Drummond Berserker, or rather, Drummond Berserker, no, that's a totally different Skellige card lids. Melusine Cultist for good luck. Okay, more epics, and we have seen them all. No premiums this time. We have the fewest of the Bride of the Sea, so I suppose we'll take her. Then, we've seen all of you. No premiums, no thank you. Okay, now we're talking. Back to the legendaries. And in this case, no premiums. We have seen them all before. We have the fewest Gerhardts, so I suppose we take him. And, ooh, this is a tough one. Our two good luck cards, Melusine Cultist and Orb of Insight, both premium. I think we've said our technical preference is Melusine Cultist, so let's go with that. And nothing special here. Ooh, okay. There's a Skellige epic card and a couple Tears to Siren over there. And another Pride of the Sea, we just recently saw that. And nothing premium this time. And, well, oh, that is premium. Okay, I was going to say we're going to need to take Alumni unless we had a premium card here. And we do. Hysteria coming on late with a bunch of premiums. Well, no premium, but have to take Alumni. No premiums here. No premiums here. And no premiums, but need to take Alumni. And okay, there we go. Premium for Imperial Practitioner. And Orb of Insight for good luck. And Melusine Cultist for good luck. Ooh, okay. Random epic over here. Neutral epic at that. Alyssa. We've seen her, even a premium version of her, so that's good. Alumni. Must take that with no premiums. No premiums here either. Hysteria, not this time. Not this time. And Orb of Insight, oh, we would all of our good luck cards, but again, we prioritize avoiding the curse over that. So we have to go with Alumni. Okay, and in return, we get more epics here, but unfortunately no premiums. So let's see, we have the fewest Ratcatcheresses, so I suppose we take that. And nothing premium here. Or here. Okay, well now we're on to epics again. And oh, there we go. I think we did see a premium of this before, but we passed up on it. I forget what the reason was. I think we had another epic that we needed or something like that. So good to see that we did in fact get the chance to get a premium copy of it. So that's definitely a nice pickup. And more epics here as well. And oh, is that it? That is a premium verification. There were a few times where I felt like, I mean, the premium barely moves. There's a chance that some of the ones where I thought maybe that's premium, I second guessed myself, but did not end up taking it. I don't know. There's a chance we missed one, but either way, we will eventually get a verification premium now. Nothing premium there, though. Ooh, and that was another Alyssa Henson there. Neutral epic. No premiums here. No premiums there either. Or here. Oh, here we go. Okay, another Practice Makes Perfect premium. And another Casting Contest premium. Okay, Melusine Cultist for good luck. And Orb of Insight for good luck. We are over 60 copies of that, which is pretty insane. Now we get epics. And this time, no premiums, so take your pick. I guess we have the fewest Dead Man Tongues, so we'll take that. And, oh, yep, Premium Imperial Practitioner. Take you. No premiums this time, though. Or this time, but Melusine Cultist for good luck. And Melusine Cultist for more good luck. And no premiums this time. No premiums this time, but we must take Alumni. Going into a little bit of a dry spell at the moment. No premiums here. But as we were saying, if we go a long enough time without any epics or even any legendaries, then we are guaranteed to get one eventually. That number is fairly high. Okay, well, we do have a premium purge, so that's something. Yes, that is a premium. Almost snuck past me, but no, you can't fool me. No premiums here. But it has certainly been a while since we last saw an epic or a legendary. Over Insight for good luck is maybe the good luck charm that we need. Not this time, though. Yeah, nothing here. But here we go. Now we're talking. Legendary, what will it be? We've seen them all. Oh, but look at that. That is, yes, a premium Bloody Mistress. Let's absolutely take that in that case. Not a lot of movement there in the Bloody Mistress card, but of course, she can transform into Gurnakora, and that means, I believe, our Gurnakora will be animated and possibly in the Gurnakora's fruit. I'm not sure. So, additional value out of that premium in particular. Maybe that's a tiebreaker for premiums as well. Does it transform and create additional premium cards? Well, Melusine Cultist for good luck, and maybe we can answer that question by getting some more legendary premiums. Not this time, though. But we can continue to build up the good luck. Oh, and look at that. Okay. Epic Skellige is a non-premium offering to the sea. And Orb of Insight for more good luck. And, well, we have to take Alumni. And no premiums there. No premiums here. Okay, now we're on to epics. And yes, we do have a premium. We did see premium Ryogan previously, but you know, we'll take another one here. Oh, and we got a random Northern Realms epic here. This time it's Istrid. It felt like every time it was Raffords before. And, oh, okay, I would have loved to have gone Melusine Cultist, but we are contractually obligated to go with the Alumni. It is required, or else we will get cursed. Oh, and okay. Random Monsters epic this time. It's Witch's Sabbath. And once again, need to go with Alumni. And, oh, I almost went with Orb of Insight for good luck, but no, that is animated. Look at this, okay. More epics. No premiums, though. So, take your pick. I guess we have the fewest Ignatius, or Ignatii. Oh, and then we get a random Syndicate epic here. Could even be another one, perhaps. Not quite. It's Fabian. Not premium, though, unfortunately. Nor are any of these. And, well, we'll take the Melusine Cultist for more good luck. And I'm curious at this stage, how many more kegs? We only have 20 remaining. 20 more remaining for Price of Power. So there you go. we have done 481 price of power, that means. So, we are almost done with these, and as I was saying, I think we basically got all of the cards right around the 250 mark, I think, is what we determined. When we got, the final Northern Realms, legendary card, the location. Then Purge, he is a premium here, so we don't need to take Alumni on that occasion, thankfully. See if we can finish things off strong here. And we'll get an Epic here, though no premiums, so doesn't really matter which one we take. Got a premium Orb of Insight over there, so that's nice. And again, have to go with Alumni without any premiums. Alright, now we're talking. Back to legendaries. And in this case, no premiums. But we only have one full mark, so I suppose we'll take him in that case. He is one of the cards that I had crafted with scraps previously, as I think I stated before. But this is our first time actually taking him in a pack today. Then no premiums, so we have to go with Alumni. And no premiums here either. Oh, but more legendaries. Awesome. And Royce really likes us today. That's our third Royce premium. I mean, care to share the premium love with some of the other premiums? Or some of the other legendaries? If you don't mind, that'd be great. But, I mean, obviously we'll take him. That might be our finishing big legendary card. I'm not sure if we're going to get any price of power premium legendaries with our remaining cards here. We do get Witch's Sabbath. But no premiums here. Or here. Or here, but we need to take Alumni, even if we have Melusine Cultists there. Must avoid the curse at all costs. We have almost 75 of them at this stage. Alright, and Will. We have Epics here. No premiums, though, unfortunately, and so take your pick. Mamuna, Lydia, either one, really. And no premiums here either. And no premiums, but we'll take Melusine Cultist for the good luck. And that'll give us a premium here. Imperial Practitioner. And no premiums this time. I imagine we are getting very, very close to finishing with price of power. Well, there is still time for some more legendaries. You'd love to see it, and no premiums this time, but of course, we can take another of either Melusine or Francesca, and shouldn't really matter much. I suppose I'm a fan of Melusine. We'll take her. And let's just double check. I mean, that might have even been... No, it's not our last one. We have 3 more. 3 more. That means we have done 498 price of power kegs at this stage. So here's our third to last. And we gotta take... Oh, I would have said Orb of Insight for good luck, but no, we have to take Alumni to avoid the curse. This is second to last. No premiums here, and that means this will be the last of price of power. 501, and it's just gotta have a legendary, doesn't it? It's just gotta have a legendary. That is pretty sweet. Now, what are we gonna get this time? This time, we've got Simlust, She Who Knows, Vilgefortz. We have duplicates of everyone except for She Who Knows, so I suppose we probably take her, right? No premiums here, so no easy tiebreakers there. There we go. And I believe that was our final price of power keg. That it is. They are all gone now. So, that was 501 price of power kegs. Next on the list, we are looking to go with our faction-specific kegs, which, as a reminder, we, of course, as we saw, definitely did get all of the Price of Power cards there, and I think we got them at around the 250 keg mark, but there are still other cards that I'm missing for the other kegs, which is why we're looking to do more of those here. So, and in terms of which one we want to do first, I mean, maybe we just go down with monsters and go one by one, something like that. I don't know. Let's start with monsters. Alright, so we've got 60 of each of these, and, well, starting things strong with monsters here, with epics, so, we, of course, will start to see some cards that we were not seeing before, because they are no longer going to be specific to the Price of Power expansion. So there may be some ones here, like Divana Runestone, that we do not yet have. So I think we'll see far fewer repeats here, or at least we may, because, we aren't going to be guaranteed to have every card be a repeat anymore. See, no premiums here. Shouldn't matter much then. Does mean we should go a little bit slower, make sure we're paying a little bit closer attention. But more epics and, well, premium there. Not bad, I suppose we're guaranteed to get a premium here, but, well... Alright, so Cheat Troll is, like, possibly my favorite card in the game, so gotta take her. We do already have a copy of all of them, and no premium is there, so it doesn't really matter much, but, you know. You know, it's the premise. It's the premise. No premiums here. And no premiums here. And one thing I do like is, unlike when we were opening up the Price of Power kegs, where it was a total mystery how many we had remaining until we just stopped and scrolled down to check them, when we're in between kegs, you can catch just for a split second there. It shows us how many monsters kegs we have remaining, which is nice. Definitely nice. Right here, you can see 55. Alright, and more epics, and we just got the Divana Runestone, so we have all these, that means. And no premiums. And this is funny. It's like, as soon as we go away from Price of Power and back into other cards, you can see, oh, you know, we have 2 of any given card, as you would normally see, not 75 like Alumni. And that'll be interesting to see if we do happen to randomly get one of the Price of Power cards here, like Witch Apprentice. This is where you see the direct comparison. Dazzle Fair's Crew, 2 total. Witch's Apprentice, yeah, like 75. And similar here, but let's see. No premiums, so carry on. Okay, back to the epics though. And already have all these, and again, Witch's Sabbath, we got a bunch of those from Price of Power. So take your pick, I guess, Apiary and Phantom. And no premiums here either. Again, tons of Incubi. No need for that. And nothing big here. But I do love the animated pig witches, which we saw. I imagine we must have, yeah, a bunch of them. 28 of them, in fact, because they are, of course, in Price of Power. Nothing new here. Nothing that we particularly need. Nor is there anything we need here. Although, actually, we only have 1 Fiend. And this shouldn't matter too much either. No premiums. And this shouldn't matter much either. No premiums here. Got hot at the beginning, but now we've gone a little while without any epics or legendaries. Let's see if we fare better in the near future. And here we go, right on cue. We can choose. Oh, so this is what we were talking about. Finally now, we have some big legendary cards that we do not yet have. Maruna is, of course, a very interesting card. Sees a random enemy unit with 4 or less power. So, the card that your opponent very much does not want to destroy with that Death Wish ability. And is very nice if you can get a way to destroy it, so we'll definitely take her. And nothing new here. Nothing new here. No premiums. No premiums here. No premiums here. No premiums here either. None here. Oh, there we go. Nekarad is a premium. Thank you. Alright, now we're back to the epics. See if there's anything new. There is. In fact, it's even animated. It's a premium Morn's Heart. So, absolutely. We'll go for that. Order to banish all units from your graveyard, then boost self by 1 for each. So this is a clever card, right? I think usually what the plan is, you do something like you go Arrakis Swarm, and then you play Siegfried to purify all of those little drones so that you actually get like 10, 15 drones in your graveyard, and then you play Morn's Heart and banish them all and get a big boost from them. I think that's usually what you do with it. Obviously, I haven't played it before. No premiums here. Or here. Or here. Alright, back to the epics now. No premiums, but we don't have Adistriga. And once upon a time, she was really good, right? You saw her all the time. I mean, if you have Dominance, she's what? A 9 for 7 with 4 damage? I mean, that still doesn't sound amazing. I think, you know, in some ways, maybe you could make the case that she's been power crept a little bit. But definitely a nice pickup at the very least, and maybe she'd even get a small buff sometime. I don't know. Do people still see Adistriga played these days? Obviously, I haven't played her, but let's see. Nothing premium-wise here. Yeah, I guess with all the relics, she's actually... What does she count as? Is she a beast? She's not a relic, is she? Never see her in the relic deck, so I doubt it. But what I was going to say is that obviously with all those relic decks, that is generally the monster type of deck you're seeing. But some epics here. We have seen them all, including Morn's Heart that we just picked up. Didn't really matter which one we take. Why don't we take a normal copy of Morn's Heart as well, while we're at it. We have the best of both worlds. No premiums here. Or here. Or here. No premiums here either. Okay, and there we go, a random epic. And it's another Rat Catcheress. Obviously, it's from Price of Power, so we've seen several of them today. Nothing premium here, though. Or here. Alright, now we're talking, though. Back to the epics. And this time, ooh, a couple of options that I do not yet have. So we haven't seen too many of these, at least not for a while. So it's either Penitent or it's Queen of the Night. Penitent is Thrive, and on Death Wish summons a random 7-cost unit from your deck to this row. I mean, getting more Thrive is nice. There are a lot of low Thrives there, so or just in existence generally. So 2-power Thrive is does have some competition there with what the Intriga Larva in particular. So that makes it a little bit tough, and you don't really want the combination of Thrive and Death Wish. Just I don't love it. It's what the Werecat has that combo as well. Where I mean, for the most part, if you have Thrive, you want to keep it on the board. You want to boost the Thrive. You don't want to destroy your Thrive. So it's kind of this weird catch-22 of, you know, on one hand, I want to keep it on the board to get it boosted. On the other hand, I want to destroy it to trigger its Death Wish. And that just feels like that's kind of, it puts you in a weird place. So, I mean, it is potentially still a decent pick, though. Even in, what is it, Power Shift, it could be a decent 7-power Thrive in that case. So, maybe even for that reason I might take it, but Queen of the Night is, of course, a vampire. It's a purifying vampire, I think is the primary reason why you would use it. But otherwise, Vampires is still not really in a great state right now. So, I don't know. We could probably go Penitent still. Again, I don't really think either of them are great right now. Queen of the Night is maybe a little bit more used, but specifically because I tend to play Seasonal and Power Shift Thrive is definitely a thing. Penitent, I think, was a card I was considering using when I was making one of those Thrive Power Shift decks, so let's take it. Right, nothing premium there. Or here, just do a quick double check on you. No, you're not premium. And no premiums here. No premiums here. Alright, back to the epics. This time, we do have them all. So, I mean, take your pick. Obviously, we have a bunch of Witches' Sabbaths. So, probably don't go that route, because that's from Price of Power. So, I think Wispus is probably better, though, than Jotun. She is a relic, of course. So, you do actually see her getting played quite a bit these days. Then, no premiums. Let's carry on. No premiums here either. Let's carry on. Nothing. And the thing about monsters is I don't think we had any of our good luck cards being monsters, although we may not need it here. We got some legendaries, and there's some big ones. Cave Troll Defender is obviously very useful. Vi is kind of a thing, as it turns out. And Kikimore Queen, it's fallen out of favor a bit as of late. But I don't know. Does she, in Arrakis Swarm decks, are people using her these days again? Forget, didn't she got a buff recently, didn't she? Wasn't she previously 11 provisions? Now she's down to 10. But, I mean, obviously we had them all already. I guess we'll go by. Oh, and alright, straight from Legendary into Epic. We do have them all, so, I mean, just take one we don't have a repeated copy of already, so I guess where at? And no premiums here. No premiums here either. No premiums here. Or here. Nothing new here. Right, and this is our third to last Monsters card, or pack here. So, we got some epics this time. That's good. We do have these all, unfortunately, so, nothing new, although, of course, we can get a repeated copy of something. We did just recently get one of the other Crones, so we could go that route. I mean, it shouldn't really matter. Alright. I think this is our second to last one here. More epics. So that's good. We have seen all of these, though. Or at least have already gotten them. Toad Prince is kind of funny, but, I mean, sure, maybe we take him. It's actually kind of similar to the most recent of the Monsters Legendary cards, as I was saying earlier today, with our review of all those cards. This is our last Monsters keg, by the way, and unfortunately, no celebratory Legendary to finish things off this time around. No, it's pretty nothing keg this time, but alas, I do believe that means we've now finished our Monsters kegs. So that was 60 Monsters kegs. So we are now, what, 60 of those plus 501 from Price of Power, so we're 561 kegs in. Now let's just continue down the list of all the faction kegs, and then that means, I believe, Nilfgaard is up next. Alright, what do we have here for Nilfgaard? Not much this time. Or this time. Alright, but we got an epic this go round. I did already have Warwick, so that's not a big pickup. For a second that looked like that was premium, but it is not. No. Get out of here with your mill. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Ooh. Ooh, okay. We got another epic. This time it's Asire, is that how you say her name? But I did not have her. Granted, she does get used in some mill decks every now and again. So, maybe not the biggest fan of her, but it is a card that I did not have. I suppose we'll read it up in just a second. Nothing new here, though. So, if you play her in the melee row, she will shuffle a card from your opponent's graveyard back into their deck. And then, usually you see it in the range row, right? Where you shuffle a card from your graveyard back into your deck. And that'll be a way of replaying one of your strongest cards. Unfortunately, though, people have been using that a lot these days for mill, which is just obnoxious. Guys, stop playing mill. Just not fun. It's not even like it's that good. It's just really annoying to play against. Alright, and no premiums here. And no premiums here. Alright, here we go. Alba Armored Cavalry is premium this time. Thank you. Oh, okay. Some epics. And, alright, I do not have Frangilla Vigo, so I think that's definitely what we'll take here in that case. Deploy damage an enemy unit by 2. Increase the number of targets by 2 for each adjacent mage or construct. She did recently get buffed. Definitely was not constructs before. So she has a little more flexibility now. And, you know, well, with all the new mages, she's, you know, a little more viable than she might have been previously. Still not sure you're going to see her all that often, but every once in a while she might pop up. And nothing special here. Or here. Or here. Alright, now we're talking epic and legendaries. I was gonna say, not having the best of luck with Nilfgaard. At least not until now. I did not have Peter Sarg Windleaf. So he is basically spores, reset the power of a unit, plus a 3-power body. But he costs 2 provisions more. You do see him a lot, but you know what? Not the biggest fan of him for that reason, because like I said, I mean, in many ways it's almost like, well, just play spores. It's cheaper. Sure, you lose 3 points in the process, but I don't know. Obviously, I haven't used him before. Then for our legendary, we have a few options here. We already have bribery, so that will not be our answer. No premiums here, so no obvious choice, but it's between Zarthisius and Tourney Shaelmar. And Tourney Shaelmar is a weird one. Deploy in the melee row and you damage a Nilfgaardian enemy unit by 7. So what the idea is, if you happen to be going against Nilfgaard, or if you have done some wonky things and put a powerful Nilfgaard card on your opponent's side, then you can damage it by a lot if you do that. Or if you played in the range row, you boost self by 2 for each allied unit from a different faction. So it's technically an assimilate card, I suppose. Right? But, because it involves either getting other factions on your side or dealing damage to your opponent if they happen to be Nilfgaardians. But, don't think it sees much play. Whereas Zarthisius does every once in a while now, right? Reveal a random card from your deck. If it's a unit, boost self by its power and shuffle it back. If it's an artifact or special card, play it. This is, what, in Hyperthin these days, right? You try to make it so that you have only the Imperial Golem remaining, so you get a big boost on Zarthisius, I think is the idea. So let's go with him. No premiums here. Or here. Or here. Alright, now we're back to the epics. And speaking of the Imperial Golem, here it is. This is the one I was talking about. I mean, we already have all these cards, and there are no premiums here. We did, of course, just recently get Frangilla, but sure, we'll take Imperial Golem, because it was just recently the talk of town. No premiums here. Or here. Alright, now we're back to the epics. And this time, ooh, the Urchin of Erlenwald I do not have. Once Upon a Time was a pretty solid choice. Vale Zeal, and in the melee row, actually, no matter where he is, at the end of your turn, he'll boost a random ally unit by 1. And then, if he is in the melee row, you can transform him into Dooney, which is basically a 7 power card with immunity, so it's just not going to get touched by your opponent. So, like I said, Once Upon a Time, you saw him a fair bit, but I think nowadays has been a little bit power crept out of most decks, although I do still see him every once in a while. So, yeah, sure, let's take him. Alright, now we're really talking. Bring on the legendaries. And in this case, well, I have Usurper Officer. That is, of course, an amazing card. Sheilard Fitz Osterlin is actually really good in some seasonal events, Banished in particular. But Caller, I do not yet have, and that's pretty solid. You do see some, certainly, Nilfgaard control decks using this. It's a Stratagem, Order, lock an enemy unit, and damage it by 3. So just having ready to go lock, pretty nice. Does make your opponent think twice about playing something big in round 1. For a second, I thought one of these was premium, but no. Alas, they are not. Oh man, back to the legendaries. Bring it on. And, well, we did just take Caller, quite literally just take. And Vilgefortz is, of course, a price of power card that we just saw several times earlier today. I mean, it doesn't really matter which one we go for, because none of these are premium. But, I suppose we'll take Amir. Because why not? And nothing new here. Or here. Oh, look at that, a random legendary. And in this case, it's Anna Henrietta. Now, I do have her, but not a bad card. And of course, just getting random legendary is certainly a nice pickup. Alright, now we got more epics. And in this case, it is all cards that we already have. We did see Asira earlier today. We only just got her from one of these packs. In which case, why don't we go with Colgrim instead? Card that once upon a time was extremely powerful. Every once in a while you see him pop up still, right? If you do have a way to mill a bunch of cards from your opponent or just add a ton of cards to your own deck, then he can be very powerful. Alright, we got a random epic here. This time, oh no, I did have him. Big Rigif? I don't really know how to pronounce his name, but yeah, trigger the deploy abilities of adjacent bronze soldiers. And nothing premium here. Let's carry on. No premiums here either. Not been doing all that well from a premium standpoint for Nilfgaard. Maybe that's an invitation. Game's like, oh really, Lids? Let me just make it up to you real quick. Let me give you the 3 options all being premiums, and then you never have the right to complain about it again. Well, you know, if you want to give me 3 premiums when the middle card is legendary, I'm all about it. No legendaries here, although it's Turning Shaelmar, which we were talking about before. Still, not a very big fan of it. However, Menno, the tutor to get tactic cards from your deck, definitely very, very good. Absolutely going to take him. Alright, and, well, more epics here. This time, Imperial Golem. We were talking about it before, and we only have 1 false series, so I suppose we take that. No premiums, so no obvious choice otherwise. And there we go, now we have a premium, and of course, when we do get a premium, it's a card that I already have 2 copies of a premium version. But, alright. I suppose I can't complain. I asked for premiums and we got it, and well, here's another one. Nilfgaardian Knight this time. So maybe now the premiums will start rolling in. Apparently so. Viper Witcher Mentor. All I had to do was say we wanted the premiums and then we started getting them. Well, not this time. Then again, this one has a ridiculous premium. So, I'm kind of glad we didn't get that. No premiums here either. Or here. Or here. There we go, okay. Mage Torturer Premium. Kind of a creepy one. What, with all the knives or just general pointy things? Very closely hovering around this dude's head. Very threatening. No premiums here. And we have 17 Nilfgaard kegs remaining, it looks like. Or this was the 17. So, not that many remaining. Remember, we started out with 60. We made some decent progress here. We have gotten some big cards, though. Got, what, most notably the Stratagem, and several of the epics. Oh, and also Menno. It's definitely a big pickup. Oh, look at this. Interestingly, after all of those price power kegs, we saw Furguard a lot, but we never saw the premium version of him. Now we open the Nilfgaard kegs, and here he is. So, yeah, we'll take him, for sure. And, well, more epic cards, and this time... Oh, alright, well, I'm a big Glynis fan. She is, of course, Assimilate 2, so she is the best pure Assimilate card. And, well, she's really good not only in... Well, I don't know. I assume she's really good in Standard as well, but there are definitely some seasonal events in which she is just amazing. So, I'm a big fan. We'll definitely take her. No premiums this time, though. Or this time. Or this time. 10 remaining. For Nilfgaard, at least. None this time. Or this time. There we go. Darlin Soldier. Premium for that. This one's actually really cool with the premium because it spawns an additional copy of itself when you play it, and then the premium has it such that they walk from one of the cards into the other, and that's really cool. So I'm a fan of that one. Oh, you are a premium. Almost missed it. Already have a couple premiums of you, but, you know, we'll take it nonetheless. No premiums here. Or here. And I believe just 3 Nilfgaard kegs remaining, so we are running out of time for Nilfgaard. And we've been getting a little bit cold here, but you know, in some ways that is a good thing, because perhaps that means we will finish off with something big. Let's see. There's an epic here. It's Palmerin. And no premiums this time round. And here, this is our second to last one. And no premiums this time. So now, with our last Nilfgaard keg, we'll see if we get anything big here. Any luck? I'm afraid not, at least not from a card rarity standpoint. From a premium standpoint, nah, not any luck there either. Alright, so, I believe that was now our last Nilfgaard keg. So that means we've done 501 Price of Power, 60 Monsters, 60 Nilfgaard. Now we'll continue going with our faction kegs here. It looks like Northern Realms is next. And this is the faction that I play most often. So I'm looking forward to checking these out here. And, well, nothing here that's particularly special. Nor is there any here. Anything particularly good. Not here either. Or here. Or here, definitely been a while since we've last seen a legendary. Hoping we'll find one soon. No premiums. And no premiums here either. Or here. Still not much. Definitely getting cold. But there we go, actually got a random legendary there, sneaking in on the corner, and well, it's Gerhardt. We've seen many times today, because of course he is from Price of Power. So we took him twice, I think, already. Once normal, once premium, and this will be our third time, and I already had him one time over before we started all the keg opening today. So probably not my first choice when it comes to our Northern Realms legendaries. Now, we would normally take Alumni to avoid the curse. That being said, I may have deliberately milled some really bad cards in order to get enough scraps to create some of the cards for today's deck that we did earlier today. And Mad Charge was on that list, so I think we can make an exception. We were saying before that taking premiums was an acceptable excuse for not taking Alumni. I think taking cards that we actually don't have any copies of is also a valuable excuse, or a worthy excuse. Taking something else. Right now we're getting epics. Oh, that's, well, I suppose we're guaranteed to get some animated cards outside of these middle ones here. We do already have all of them. No animated ones here, so I guess, I mean, Eggman, Knighthood. Eggman's probably a little bit better, although, well, then again, Knighthood did get a provision buff recently, from 6 down to 5. Here we go, now we're talking. We get to choose our legendary this time. And this time, oh, well, we did, of course, see Tissia previously today, and got a premium of her. I do already have Onse's, which is a fantastic card. But Bloody Baron, also very, very good. Formation. Order, reset the power of a unit, so Spores, again, as we were talking about previously with, what was it, Peter for Nilfgaard. However, if the Bloody Baron is boosted, which because he has Formation, that means that if you play him in the range row, he will automatically get boosted by 1. But that means if it was boosted, you can give it bleeding for the duration equal to the amount of boost it lost. So if it's super highly boosted, you reset it, and you also give it a ton of bleeding. So, very nice. Very nice. In some ways, it's what? It's sort of like a replacement for Jurden, and that allows you to keep the Northern Realms devotion. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. We have 112 scraps here, so as I was just saying, I did actually mill some of our cards before making this morning's deck that we did. So I was running quite low, but I imagine that once we're finished with all this stuff, scraps is not going to be a problem. And one of those cards that I did mill was Mad Charge, as I was just saying, and not only did we get one back here, we actually get a premium version back, so not bad. I was feeling rather confident that whatever common or rare cards even that I opted to mill, we'd probably manage to get at least once or twice after opening up 1,000 kegs. So good to see that at least in the case of that charge that we did in fact manage to get it back. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, and Bloody Flail, that was an epic that snuck in there. For a while was not the most highly regarded, and probably still isn't. Give an enemy unit bleeding for 8 turns. That is a lot of bleeding, but that's just 1 damage per turn for 8 turns, means you need to play it early, and it's just not a lot of pace. For each soldier you control, decrease the bleeding duration and increase the damage. Basically, just turn it into more of a pace-like card. So, I mean, yeah, probably still never going to use it, but it exists. Then nothing special here. Yeah, I don't think we've taken any guesses as to how many scraps we're expecting to get at the end of this, but that's an interesting thought. You know, I have no idea. It's going to be a whole lot. I mean, a whole lot. Oh, look at this. We have all these epics, but that's a premium Margarita, and I do use Margarita a whole lot as my Devotion Northern Realms locking card, so, and she's also a mage, which works really well with a bunch of the other Northern Realms mages, so that's really convenient. We will absolutely take her here. Then, nothing special this time. Or this time. Some of the other questions we were asking ourselves, okay, so again, normally we would take Alumni to avoid the curse, but this is premium with Immortal Cavalry, so we are allowed. But as we were saying previously, we were also wondering how many individual copies of some cards might we get. Like, Alumni, for example, we have something like 74, 75, 76 copies of it, which is just ridiculous. And I don't even know that it very well may not be the card that we have the most copies of, because it's rare. So, we did take it a lot, but there may definitely be, there could definitely be a common card that we have more copies of. That's going to be a little bit harder to definitively test without just making a mental note of, hey, we happen to have 46 casting contests. Who would have thunk? Let's see. And nothing special here. Or here. Or here. No premiums. Starting to go into a little bit of a dry spell. We'll see if we get anything big to break us out of it. Well, Alumni, maybe the game was getting mad at us for having not taken Alumni previously, so let's avoid the curse this time. Make up for it, and yes, so it is 76 Alumni right now. It's up there as one of the cards that we have the most copies of, but as I was saying, although we have made a deliberate choice picking it up very often, it is still rare, so it may not be the one that we have the most copies of. Okay, Wedding Revenant is premium here, so let's take that. We don't have any premium copies of it, so that's great. And K20 Cavalry also premium. Almost missed it for a second there. No premiums this time, though. Could have a little spell there with some good luck on the premium side of things. Which made me hesitate for a second there. I was like, oh, maybe? Maybe this time as well? No. Not that time, at least. Okay, again, take Alumni. Avoid the curse. We had not taken a premium version of it accidentally early on, and then had a prolonged set of bad luck. Hence why we've now been taking it whenever we see it nowadays, unless we have some other card that is obviously preferable to it, some other premium or some that we've never gotten a copy of before. Such as right now. We will take it again. 78 is the counter for it. Alright, and that was a really long time in between any epics or legendaries, so we finally get the epics here. See what we get? Oh, and so, Immortals is a card that, at least for some seasonal events, particularly Seesaw, which I think is actually coming up pretty soon, I always think of it and wonder, the thought occurs to me, hey, I should put Immortals in my next Seesaw event card, or my next Seesaw event deck. And then I always forget. Always forget. So yes, I will absolutely take Immortals here, and hope that I remember this time to include it. Because it starts with the shield, and then if you play him in the melee row, whenever the unit loses its shield, it boosts itself by 2. At the end of the turn, gain shield. What that means is, you boost it by 1, so it gets on an odd number. Then in the Seesaw events, that means it will get damaged by 1 at the end of your turn. That will, rather than actually reducing it from a 7 to a 6, it will just get rid of the shield. So it will boost it up from 7 to a 9. It'll regain its shield. It'll still be on an odd number, so it will still get damaged by 1 every turn. It will still lose its shield every turn. It will still get boosted by 2 every turn and be a non-stop 2-point engine. So it's really good in that event. Let's see, no premiums here. Alright, more epics. We were seeing how we had a prolonged, unlucky spell. But, well, this time it's all epics that we already have, unfortunately. And I suppose, why don't we take Prevetta, because I kind of am not terribly keen on taking a second Bloody Flail. That just feels wrong. Oh, well, I mean, the game is trying to make it up to us now. With even more Prevettas and even more Immortals, no. We don't have Odrin, so let's take him. Resupply, boost self by 1, that means if you play a Warfare card, and then if he's inspired, so if he's already boosted, then you'll boost yourself by 2 every time you play a Warfare card. Now, Warfare, not exactly in the best place right now, but you know, one day, perhaps he'll get buffed. Well, once again, we are contractually obligated to use Alumni here. Alright, now we're talking. It has been a while. Actually, two legendary cards. Okay, the game making up for it here, because I think this is the first set of legendaries we've gotten for Northern Realms. First one is, Engineering Solution, the stratagem. I did not have it. It gives you a 4 power boost and then gives you shield as well. We got the Nilfgaardian stratagem as well, didn't we? We got a lot of those today, and I mean, that's pretty sweet. It's a pretty sweet combo right there. Unfortunately, we do have all those cards, but Foltest is amazing. Siege is obviously amazing. Tissia, maybe not quite as good, but she's new, and we did get a premium version of her previously, so, I mean, take your pick. It doesn't really matter, because we already have them, but, I mean, I'm a big Foltest fan. Let's take him. Alright, and back to the epics. Man, now we're on a roll. And, well, we do have all these guys, and no premiums here, so no obvious tiebreaker. I mean, I don't know. Take your pick. It shouldn't really matter much. I guess Voimir. Nothing good here. Nothing premium, at least. And we had such a long dry spell, though, with Northern Realms that we are getting somewhat close to the end of the list here. We have 16 left. May sound like a lot, but remember, we started with 60. And we had a long period there with very little in the way of good cards. And we did, of course, make up for it a bit there with our streak of epics and a few legendaries. But overall, I don't know. Still may have ended up a little below average, but there is still time to redeem ourselves here, because here are some more epics. And in this case, we can get, well, I mean, Vandegrift's Blade, boost an allied unit by 6, whenever you play a knight, boosted by 1. Not very good, but we don't have it, and it's actually premium. I honestly didn't even notice that it was premium for a second there, but, you know, okay. I suppose that means it's a decent pickup in that case. Am I ever going to use it? Almost certainly not, no. But it's a premium card that we didn't have, so there's something to be said for that, at least. Alright, now... Oh, premium Marion Drummer, which I love. That was... No, it was not the first premium card that I ever crafted. I didn't like unbox it, but it was one of the first premium cards that I just made myself. I think my first one was actually the On-Crate Greatsword. Then this was probably my second. Let's see. Then for this, let's go. I mean, it doesn't really matter here, I suppose. Smoke them out, sure. Alright, more epics. More opportunities to redeem ourselves here, and we do not have Foltest Pride. And I've been seeing this a little bit more as of late. Zeal. Order damage an enemy unit by 2, and the units adjacent to it by 1. So that's a total of 4 damage every time you use that order. That's pretty strong. Cooldown 4 means you're not using it very often, unless you have crew. So if you have a soldier on either side, then it's just cooldown 2. Then that's pretty solid. And, so, you know, we will definitely take it here. Not like we have any premiums that might give us reason not to take it. Alright, then nothing special here. Or here. 9, or at least this is our 9th. Our 9th to last Northern Realms Keg. And, I mean, we'll take Mad Charge. Remember, we had 0 Mad Charges when we started our Keg opening session. Because I had milled them all in order to give myself a few more scraps, short term, but we're already certainly back to having plenty of them. Nothing big there. 7th to last. Starting to run out of time a little bit. We're looking for any other big Northern Realms cards here. What has been the highlight so far? Probably Bloody Baron, right? Bloody Baron for Northern Realms, as well as the Northern Realms Stratagem. And we got Siege, and we got Full Test, just I already had them, so that wasn't that big of a deal, but if someone didn't have those cards, then that definitely would have been the highlight in that case. Alright, 5th to last. Well, we need to take Alumni. Alright, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Here come the legendaries. What do we have this time? Well, some good cards, very good cards, in fact, but once again, they are all cards that I have. Selkirk, amazing with the duel. Varaxis, also amazing, especially if you have Devotion. And then Visigoda, tons and tons of boosts if you can make sure that he doesn't die. But, well, let's see. Take your pick as to which one you want to go with. Corvo was actually one of my first Northern Realms legendary cards. Might have even been my first Northern Realms legendary card that I unboxed. And with him was the first legendary card that I really leaned on to give me some wins. So I feel some attachment to him. So I suppose let's take him here. Then 3rd to last. And no premiums here. 2nd to last Northern Realms. Got an epic. And it's Trollolo. Did already have him, but of course, happy to see him nonetheless. Alright, and now this will be our last Northern Realms keg. See what we get. Fingers crossed. Nothing special it doesn't seem, unless there's a premium here, and alas, there is not. So that will be the end of Northern Realms in that case. Again, the highlights there being, at least for us, the Bloody Baron and the Stratagem. Otherwise, if we didn't already have them, probably would have been either Full Test or Siege. Alright, so that's Northern Realms down. We've, of course, already done Nilfgaard. We've already done Monsters, and we obviously already did Price of Power. Next on the list looks like it is Scoia'tael. Let's start that up. 60 of those coming right up. And I think of, other than Syndicate, all the other factions, Scoia'tael might be the faction that I had the least cards unlocked, or at least had the most cards left that I was missing. So, might see a few more here that we still need to get than we saw with the other factions. So, we'll keep our eyes peeled for stuff like that. Oh, okay. We did get an epic here, a random epic at that. Elias, I did recently get. I think I might have actually gotten him from, believe it or not, might have got it from the daily login. I think that might have been the case. I don't think I unboxed him. Then, well, nothing special here. Yes, it is possible to get things other than just commons and rares. I've gotten Elias, I think. The premium, actually, I got, what's his name? The, Skellige guy who spawns in the skulls that you damage by 1. Whose name currently escapes me. Harold, right? Oh, this is another card that I deliberately milled one of, because I didn't think it was very good. And, I bet that we'd probably get another one. So, sure, we'll get the other one now. Nothing special here. No premiums. Well, there's another Fried Vanguard. Just in case. Nothing special here. Although Orb of Insight has been one of our good luck cards, so let's definitely take that. Oh, look at that. A random legendary. Watch it be like Milva. Oh, wow. We are doing very well from a stratagem standpoint. At this rate, we're going to get, I suppose we didn't get the monster stratagem, but we've gotten Nilfgaard, we got Northern Realms, and then we just got Scoia'tael as well. So, I mean, I didn't have, I don't think I had any of the faction-specific stratagems before today, but by the end of the day, we're going to seemingly have just about all of them. And the Neophyte is another card that I milled earlier today, just to make enough scraps for our deck, but alas, now we can get back up to 2. Okay, random epic, that's good. And Percival, I do like him. He's the best Harmony card, Harmony 2, kind of like the Scoia'tael version of Linus, rather than Assimilate for Nilfgaard, it's Harmony for Scoia'tael. Then again, of course, Assimilate is in a better place than Harmony is right now, but I do still like to try to do some Harmony every now and again. Alright, well, nothing new here, so let's continue to go with the Good Luck Orb of Insight. Oh, another random epic, so definitely feels like we're getting some better luck here with Scoia'tael. I do already have Marana Runestone. Apparently, I already have a premium Marana Runestone, so that is unfortunately not all that important of a pickup there, but neither is this. Alright, well, here we go. More epics still. This time, it's a bunch that we've seen today, because those are two from Price of Power, both Torque and Benedane. I do already have a Weeping Willow, but I suppose I only have one of them, so sure, we'll take that. Alright, and nothing big here, I'm afraid. So we'll carry on. Nor is there anything premium this time. Okay, Orb of Insight for good luck. Sure, we'll take it. And no premiums here either, although Dryad Sappers I think was another one that I did deliberately mill earlier today. Scrounge up a few more scraps, so good to get that back up to 2 copies. Nothing special there. No premiums. No premiums here either. Okay, yeah, we are back up to 2 Neophytes. That was another one that I had deliberately milled earlier today. Oh, that's premium. Okay, Crushing Trap. Not bad. We'll take it. And then there's another one, although this one is not premium. Sad face. Here it is again. Okay, this time we'll take it. I didn't take it last time. I'll take it this time. Maybe that'll make the game happy. Well, is that? No, that's not a premium. For a second, the way it was just moving a little bit made me think that it was, but no, I remember what your premium looks like, and that is not it. No premiums here either, though. At least from a card rarity standpoint, a little bit of a dry spell now. Haven't seen any epics for a little while. None here. Of course, no legendaries either, but that is, of course, rarer than epics. Let's see if we can find anything here. We did get a lot of epics early on with our Scoia'tael kegs. So maybe the law of averages is just hitting us here, balancing things back out. Thanks, Thanos. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, thank you, Thanos. We'll take a Waylay. Premium Waylay. No premiums this time, though. Or this time. Or this time. Alright, here we go. Finally, back to the epics. And this time, oh, okay, well, that is a premium copy of a card that we already have a premium copy of, so, I mean, I don't know. For those of you who are crazy about the premiums, I mean, I've said it several times today, I'm not a huge premium card guy, so this doesn't mean all that much to me. Especially when we have 2 other cards that we don't have at this point, I would very much prefer to take these. But for other people who are more premium-centric with their card choices, like, would you even take a premium in this case where you already have that premium over cards that you don't have? Yeah, I think I'd probably go with either Cirsa or Xavier, and Cirsa is another Harmony card, which, as I was saying before, Harmony, not exactly in the best place from an archetype strength standpoint right now, although I do like to try to work it into my decks every now and again. But I don't have many Dwarf cards at all. And Dwarves have made a little bit of a resurgence as of late. So, let's go with Xavier. How's it going, Biantrang? What is up? We've done our Price of Power kegs. We've done 501 of those. We've done all of our Monsters kegs, all of our Nilfgaard kegs, all of our Northern Realms kegs, and now we are on to Scoia'tael, and Orb of Insight has been a good luck card for us. See, nothing particularly notable here. And we are more than halfway through our Scoia'tael kegs now. And we have some epics, and talking about dwarves, here's Barclay Elves, and well, this is the only card that we don't have out of these three here. So deploy, boost an allied unit by the number of dwarf units in this row. Works well. Oh, and we didn't look at Xavier previously, but he's basically get boosted if you have armor, right? Something along those lines. Something kind of like that, off the top of my head. Then, okay. Nothing new there. And then, like, get additional armor whenever you play a dwarf or something like that. Make it a little bit easier to sustain that armor. He does seem pretty common. Or, I mean, certainly if you're playing a dwarf deck, he's definitely going to be in it. And I've not really played dwarf decks. Because, as you can see, I was definitely missing some of the key dwarf cards. As I was saying before, of the major factions, at least other than Syndicate, I think I had the fewest cards for Scoia'tael. No premiums here. Alright, here we go. Random Epic. Nice. And this time it's Malcolm Horn. I do already have it. But, you know, an Epic is an Epic. Nothing new. Nothing premium. Nothing notable here either. Alright, 2/3 of the way through our Scoia'tael cards now. There we go. Okay, that's a premium. The Dobleton and Bowman. And no premiums here. Alright, now here we go. Choice of epics. Oh, and yes, Huron is definitely a card that I would like to have. There is another Scoia'tael faction lock. What is it? It's Morin, right? And I do have her. So that's generally been the card that I've used for maintaining devotion and having lock. Or just generally not just using Dorogary, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice to have Kieran as well. So, lock unit and move it to the other row. It is, let's see, he's 5 power. Morn is also 5 power, I think. But Morn, if you play her in the melee row, can damage by 2, whereas if you play her in the range row, you lock, so she's a little bit of flexibility, whereas Kieran gives you some movement. Alright, more epics. Sounds good to me. We've seen a bazillion of you, and alright, we were talking about how, we did not read Xavier's description earlier. Melee, when you play a dwarf, gain 1 armor. Barricade, at the end of your turn, boost self by 1. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? I didn't mention the row lock part, but you get the idea. Okay, no special stuff here. Or here. Alright, now we're talking. Bring on the legendaries. And in this case, we of course have seen plenty of Francesca. We have Isengrim, who, when we play him, will boost all other allied elf units by 1. Whenever we play an elf, boost him by 1. So basically going all-out elves. Or we have Vernasil, who, when played in the melee row, will deal 2 damage to random enemy units for each Elven Deadeye that you have, or if you play her in the range row, you will instead spawn into Elven Deadeyes. In either case, it is basically an Elves archetype card, except Vernasil is amazing. Isengrim, decent, kinda, sorta, right? But Vernasil is, like, really, really good. So, definitely going to take her. So that is definitely, I think, our best Scoia'tael card, at least of the Scoia'tael faction cards that we've, or cards from the Scoia'tael faction kegs that we've gotten today. Did we get, well, we got the other new legendaries from Price of Power earlier in our Price of Power kegs, of course. So compared to those, debatable, I suppose. Alright, is that? That is premium. Ooh, that is a very subtle premium. Alright, back to the epics. And in this case, more elf synergy cards. But I do already have Yavin. We also have Dennis Cromner, who, if you play him in the melee row, will boost adjacent units by 2. If you play him in the range row, will boost all other units in the row by 1. So, also a card that you tend to see in the dwarf decks. I'll be honest, I don't think he doesn't inspire me all that much. Play him in the melee row, boost adjacent units by 2. That means he's, assuming you have unit on either side, that means he's an 8 for 8, which is not that good. And if you play him in the range row, then, I mean, if you have a lot of other units there, then sure, you could go higher than that. But as we were talking before with Xavier, there are some dwarves that are melee row locked. So it's a little bit of a challenge to load up on your dwarves in the range row. So I don't know. He just feels like kind of an awkward card to me. But as I was saying before, I just didn't have a lot of the dwarf cards, so it's kind of nice to pick him up for that reason. Alternatively, we have Prexinet, who, if you play in the melee row, will boost a Dryad in our hand by 2, which, well, could be a Glace, which is, of course, a Dryad that very much does like to get hand boosted. Or if we play it in the range row, we will spawn a young Dryad instead, and young Dryads have Symbiosis, so they are an engine. Or if we have Devotion, then we do both those things. So, I feel like at least, I don't know. I mean, obviously if you're going dwarves, you take Dennis. If you're going with, not Harmony, if you're going Symbiosis, you take Frixinet, or however you pronounce his name. I mean, as I was saying, I basically never play dwarves, so I just don't have enough of the dwarf cards to make it worthwhile. Whereas I have played Symbiosis on occasion, so in that sense, you know, I might prefer to go with Frixinet. And I also, as I was saying, I'm just generally not the biggest fan of Dennis, but maybe I'm just not quite getting it. Maybe I'm underselling the value of his range row ability, but my personal preference, I think, at least, is to go this route here. And I feel like I'm seeing that spider move. It's not a premium, is it? No, it's not. Okay, I'm making that up. Ignore that. Oh, alright, well, sure, we'll take some legendaries. And I have Siga Castle, I have Force Protector, I do not have Synthesis, who has immunity, so if you can't get targeted by your opponent, or you, then with her order you can remove that immunity until the start of your next turn. So basically, you have the ability to just very briefly make her unimmune, and I haven't seen too many people use her. So, I mean, what is really the idea there? You use the order. I mean, most of the time when I see it, I feel like I never see people actually use the order. But, in theory, you use the order, boost her by a large chunk, and then hope that your opponent doesn't do anything to her while she has one turn without immunity, and then immediately afterward, one turn afterward gets the immunity back, and then after that, she's safe. I mean, either way, we're going to take her, obviously, because we have these other cards, and there's no premium, so it's not like we take any of these other ones anyway. But I guess I just never fully understood the right use case for her. Obviously, she's a dragon, so she can work for Harmony, although you already have Saskia, who I use for Harmony, and, I mean, she makes more sense because she is a Harmony unit. Alright, no premiums here. I swear, Spider still moves. Even in the non-premium version. Ever so slightly. I remember that one is a difficult premium to spot because it is subtle. Hopefully we didn't miss it there. Alright, Orb of Insight for good luck. We definitely could use it here because this is our 4th to last Scoia'tael Keg. We are running low on Scoia'tael now. We'll load up on some more luck with Orb of Insight. And now, alright, paying off a little bit here, getting some epics. And in this case, we have Melina, we have Brain, we do not have Treant Mantis Stalk. It's a trap, and if you trigger it yourself, it'll transform into Treant Mantis Strike, which is just a 6 power unit, so 6 for 6, not great. The big thing is, of course, if your opponent plays a unit and they trigger it, then it'll poison them, and then you'll still get the 6 power unit. So that's decent, I suppose. So, I mean, it's the only card that we don't have here, and it's not like we have any premiums that would make us consider not taking it, so we'll go with it here. And no premiums this time, and we don't have many Scoia'tael kegs left. This is our last, in fact. And, well, no premiums here, and just some rares, so nothing particularly special to finish this one off. However, with our last Scoia'tael keg there, I think we're considering what our best Scoia'tael cards were from that series of kegs. I think Vernoseal has got to be at the top of the list, right? That was definitely very nice. Then we got, I mean, the Stratagem. I mean, I don't really see people using the Scoia'tael Stratagem all that often, but it did get kind of sort of indirectly buffed recently, right? So, I mean, that's maybe our next best one. Might have been our only other legendary that we got. Got several epics that were decent. A few dwarves, like we were saying, like Xavier. Alright, but now, so that means we have done Price of Power, we have done Monsters, Nilfgaard, Northern Realms, and now Scoia'tael. That leaves us with Skellige for our next one. And that will be our second to last of the faction kegs, I believe. Then we'll be on to Syndicate, which we deliberately loaded up on more of those, 161, because we are missing a bunch of Syndicate cards, so we should have a lot of new stuff we get there. But anyways, Skellige, let's go with this next. And this is probably the faction that I play the second most after Northern Realms. So I'm excited to see what we can pick up here. Nothing terribly special early just yet, though. Not yet. Just you wait. Just you wait. The premiums, the epics, the legendaries, they'll be here. They'll be here. It's just a matter of time. Okay, Drummond, or rather, I called it Drummond Berserker previously as well, and I was about to say it that time as well. But this has been one of our other good luck cards today, so we will take it. But it is the Melusine Cultist is the actual name for it. Alright, no premiums here. As I was saying, the Uncrate Greatsword, I believe, is actually the first card that I ever made a premium copy of, or at least use my my powder to create a premium copy of it. Nothing special here. Alright, now we're talking. Back to the epics. Ooh, and Jutta is a very, very nice card to have. Very useful for discard when it comes to Skellige, and when it comes to specific archetypes in Skellige, discard is one that I do not have many of. So that's definitely something that I would like to pick up more cards for that stuff. So Jutta is definitely on that list. Deploy. If Jutta is the highest unit, she will damage herself by 6. I mean, starts off at 12 power, which is obviously a ton, but a lot of times what people do is they just never actually play her, and they will discard her, and there are some ways in which to, well, deal damage based on the power of whatever card you discard, and in this case, 12 damage is a lot. So definitely take her. Alright, still no premiums, though. More epics. Oh, in fact, Amy Flaminica sneaking in there. I do already have her. But this time, Junid I did recently craft. Remist I definitely have had for a while, but Axel 3 Eyes I do not yet have. If we play him in the melee row, we will spawn a crow in that row. Doesn't seem like much. I mean, the crow is just, yeah, the 2 power token, so in that case he's a 7 for 7, which is not all that inspiring. But if we play him in the range row, we boost self-bite each allied beast, and I think that is definitely the focus for him, is to get a bunch of beasts out there, and then play him in the range row and get a huge boost. Alright, this is the big one then. Legendaries here. Oh boy. And, well, let's just say Hjalmar was, in fact, the card that I was alluding to as one of the ways to banish a unit from our graveyard, namely Jutta, and damage an enemy unit by its power, in this case, 12. So, that's really tempting. Then, I mean, the other alternatives, Vabjorn is a tutor to let us play a raid card from our deck. I don't know, of all the similar tutor cards, I feel like I just don't find myself playing raid cards all that often. So I feel like, at least from my perspective, Vabjorn might be one of the worst of the tutor cards. I mean, I'm probably wrong about that. I'm probably just forgetting. Like, obviously there's Blood Eagle, right? So it's a way to get Blood Eagle. But, I mean, sure. So can, what's his name? The Northern Realms equivalent, whose name currently escapes me, can play, Amphibious Assault. So, I mean, they're similar in that sense. But, and then Camby's just a meme. A very clever meme, at times, discarding the rightmost card in your hand and then also discarding your opponent's rightmost card. I mean, it may sound just totally ridiculous and like there's never actually a viable use case for this, but if, for example, your opponent is saving their amazing finisher card as their last card, and then you just play Camby on your second to last turn, suddenly they never get to play that card and they're left staring at their screen like, what just happened? I was about to win this match with my amazing, I was about to ruin their day by yearning their entire row. And then you just go, not today. No thanks. So, I don't think we'll take it here. We'll probably take the Hjalmar, but, very nice to see 3 legendaries that we did not have. Okay, and then, well, back to the Melusine Cultist, not Drummond Berserker, for good luck. Maybe we only get the good luck if we actually name him properly. That could be the case, because we're getting some epics here. And, well, not that he's all that good, but I do not yet have Arnvald. Transform a damage ally units into a Bear Abomination, which is a 6 power token. Sure, I mean, there's not really anything else we would take here. It's not like any of these are premiums, and we already have them, so go for you. And still no premiums. Definitely been light on the premiums here already for Skelgar, or at least early on. And no such premiums here. Alright, random epic. Could be good. Well, it's Offering to the Sea. We've seen that many times today because that is, of course, a Price of Power card. And okay, well, here's one of the the premiums, and this one's kind of freaky. It's a pretty savage-looking paw you got there. Okay, no premiums here. Or here. Here's the normal version of this card. Nothing special this time. Or this time. Or this time, for that matter. Nothing new here. Or here. No premiums. Alright, starting to enter a bit of a dry spell. We'll see if we get anything to break us out of it here. Not yet. Not yet. Still no premiums either. No, nothing at the moment. Here we go. All right. Some epics. And this time, that's who I got. Herald Houndsnout, the premium. I actually did get this from the daily reward for the premium card. And funnily enough, we are getting the premium version of him here as well. We obviously already have him. We do not yet have Darren. Not that he's a terribly good card. I don't really ever see him getting played, but, I mean, we already have Premium Herald, so I think we probably just pass on him for now and take Darren. And still no premiums here. Yeah, of course, the premium that we do get is one that we already had, right? Alright, but maybe some better luck this time. And, well, we do already have all these, and we just took Darren. So, well, I mean, take your pick. It shouldn't really matter much. I guess Ogre? Why not? And still no premiums. Still no premiums. And we are more than halfway through our Skellige kegs now, and we've been flying through these in many ways. Because we've not had much in the way of big choices to make, although this may be about to change. Because here's a legendary. It's, well, Fukusia, who we've seen many times today, because this is, of course, the most recent Price of Power legendary card. It is probably my favorite card, or at least I think it will be my favorite card from this expansion. So, good that we did get it, but we've seen it many, many times now. And, okay, well, for the Epic, we also have all these cards. Of course, Pride of the Sea is a premium. So, I mean, I suppose we take her, even though we already have 2 premiums of her, just so we get the additional powder. So, a good keg in some senses, in that we did get some rarer cards there, but of course, unfortunately, they were cards that we already had. And it continues to be the case that our premium cards that we get are premium cards that we already had. So, definitely feels like Skellige has been our most unlucky of the kegs, series of kegs, thus far. But that could change. If we were to get, say, a big legendary, or maybe even a series of epics that we don't yet have. That could start here. Let's see, well, it could indeed. Champion's Charge, damage unit by 5, or if there are 3 damage units out there, destroy unit instead. That's a strong candidate. Then we have Corrupted Flamineka, boost self by 1 for every beast in your graveyard. And, well, that could be a combination with, what was it, Axel, who we picked up recently? I think, generally speaking, Champion's Charge is more highly regarded than Corrupted Flamineka. So we probably go that route, but I mean, I'm a little bit intrigued by having this card go along with Axel, and I think some of the new cards from Price of Power, there are a lot of beasts on Skellige now, more than there used to be, so I think this is going to be a sneaky addition for some people, that they may not be realizing that both the Corrupted Flamineka and Axel might be a little bit stronger than people last remembered them being. But either way, we'll take the simple option here. Go with Champion's Charge. Oh, random epic there. That's cool. In this case, it's Squirtle, who I did not yet have. That's good. Devotion, Veteran, which means every round you will gain 1 base power, assuming that we have purely Skellige cards in our deck. And then when we play him, we'll damage an enemy unit by his base power. So if, for example, you wait to play him until round 3, then he's a 5 power unit that deals 5 damage on deploy, and that is pretty sizable amount of damage that oftentimes is enough to get rid of some of your opponent's engines if you play it as soon as they play those engines and you don't give them time to actually boost them up. So that's a nice addition, for sure. Other than that, though, nothing big here. Definitely, I mean, the rarity is starting to come in a little bit, yes, but the premiums in particular feels like, you know, as we were saying, there's either just very few of them, or the ones that we do get are ones that we already have, and that doesn't mean much. Nothing here. Alright, now we're back to the legendaries. This could be big. Let's see what we get. And, Well, oh, okay, we got some big ones. Dire Bear, I do already have, and it's a little bit of a meme, but it is actually quite effective at times. So I am a fan, but of course, we already have it, so we aren't going to take it. Hamby we saw previously, and that's definitely a meme. Iced, though. Talk about discard. Yes. Draw a card, then discard a card. Whenever you discard a Skellige unit during your turn, summon it from your graveyard to this row. You can do that twice. Then if you have Devotion, it also works whenever a Skellige unit enters your graveyard during our turn. Once upon a time, when he first came out, he was ridiculously strong, right? He has since been nerfed a bit. I forget exactly how they did nerf him, but I mean, I think he's the obvious choice here. We'll definitely take him. So that may have been enough to redeem all of our Skellige faction cards because or Kegs, because we were saying that this was not exactly the most lucky we have been. And here's a premium for what it's worth, but that is a big card. Make no mistake. So is it enough to turn around our entire 60 Keg set? Maybe, maybe not. We got some more minor additions to complement him, I suppose. But that is good to at least get one big name card, I think. That makes me feel a little bit better about our Skellige set. And just 9 Kegs remaining here for Skellige. There's not too much left here. Alright, epic. And we have them all except Sidriffus Right is premium. And you know, it does look a little weird, but we'll take it. No premiums here, though. Or here. Or here. Or here. That means this is our third to last Skellige card, or Keg rather. So running out of time a bit here, but we do get an epic, and we did get Darren earlier today. He was a new edition though, back when we did get him for the first time. No premiums here at the moment though. It's 2 more. Nothing special this time though. As for our last one, for Skellige, alright, we got some epics. Let's see what we get. And, well, we do have them all. And we, of course, did just recently see that premium for Sidriffus Right. So, I don't know, Joanna this time? Sure. Alright, and that is all Skellige. Like we were saying, I think Ice, definitely, without question, the best one that we got out of that. I mean, what would be our second best? I'm not even sure. And we got Axel. We got... we were talking about Corrupted Flammenica, but then we didn't take her. I forget what we took instead. So, I mean, it's probably iced and very clearly iced. But that means that we have now finished Price of Power, finished Monsters, finished Nilfgaard, Northern Realms, Scoia'tael, and now Skellige. That leaves us with, when it comes to faction-specific kegs, now specifically Syndicate, and technically speaking, we have both the Syndicate faction kegs and the Novigrad expansion kegs. We have some of those as well, so, I mean, take your pick. I mean, I guess we go with the normal Syndicate kegs first. This one is, I guess, Syndicate faction kegs technically have a slightly larger number of cards they can include, because they can have the newer Syndicate cards as well, whereas I assume the Novigrad expansion kegs are specifically from that first wave of Syndicate cards, so technically speaking, that might mean it's better to start with the little 6 Novigrad cards. Sure, we'll do those, and then we'll do the 160 Syndicate kegs after that, because the reason why we have more of these is we were saying that when it comes to all the factions, Syndicate is absolutely the faction that I play the least and have the least cards for. So we need it the most. And, well, nothing super special here. But I do imagine that for that reason, in particular with Syndicate, we will find a lot more cards that we don't have the full 2 copies of, or we just don't have at all. And let's see, we did not have many of this type of keg. Let's see, this one... I can't even see how many we had remaining. Might want to double check here, because I'd like to keep us committed to just one type of keg at a time. So, like, okay, we have 2 more. And yet to get anything particularly big out of any of these, but of course, here is an epic right on cue. And we do have Adriano, we do have Nathaniel, actually a premium Nathaniel, and this is a premium Nathaniel. So, another situation where you ask yourself, do you double down on a premium that you already have, or do you take a card that you don't yet have? And I think, you know, we have Nathaniel Pastodi. Let's go with Excommunication. Banish an allied unit, then play the top card from your deck. If the target was a Firesworn, look at the top 3 cards from your deck and play one of them instead. So definitely ideally a Fireswarm card. And what, you tend to do that for when you spawn in one of your little Fireswarm tokens, and then you play something better from your deck? Is that generally the idea? I don't know. I also just generally don't really play Syndicate, so I definitely have far less experience and far less context to understand what the best cards are in what situations. So, let's see. Was that our last one? I think that was our last one of that type of, well, technically that was Novigrad keg, and then this will be the Syndicate faction keg. So now let's move on to this. Like I was saying, we have a whole bunch of these, because we are trying to make up for the fact that we do not have many Syndicate cards. And nothing big just yet. Oh, but there's a premium. Arena Ghoul. Alright, and here's some more epics. In this case, we have a Blindheim Brother. We have Ignatius. We've seen plenty of him, because he's, of course, from Price of Power. But we have Ludovicius? Rudenbaum, who we do not yet have. A gnome from Crown Splitters. After 3 turns, gain 9 coins, the maximum. Or if you pay 5 coins, you gain 9 coins immediately. So what? That means, like, you, on net, gain 4 coins immediately, making him a 9 for 7, which is okay. If you do go the immediate route, but you do need to have 5 coins on hand in order to make that work. So, I mean, I think I've seen people play him before. I think he's half decent, right? I don't know, we'll take him. Because, of course, he's the only one that we don't have. And, oh, you are premium. Definitely good for you then. Oh, okay. Random epic here. And you are Bincy, who actually is premium, though I already had a premium Bincy, so, I mean, it's nice nonetheless. But, I mean, we'll take it. Then, oh, I only had 1 Cleaver's Muscle? I mean, that's what I mean. Just a strange lack of some Scorytell cards. I don't think that was because of milling. I think that was just genuinely, I just don't have a lot of Syndicate cards. Did I say Scorytell before? I mean, I don't have as many Scorytell cards either, but okay. Well, here is a premium Moralise, or Morilse? I mean, I also just don't know how to pronounce them, because I never played them. So, Moralise, something like that. I definitely have heard people talk about this card before. Damage enemy unit by 4, or pay 6 coins to just outright destroy it, so it is potentially a very nice source of removal. What, it's almost like a, rather than going with a Geralt of Rivia, it's a devotion option for removal for Syndicate, I suppose. I mean, we're definitely going to take it here. We don't yet have it. It's the only one we don't yet have, and it's premium, so that works great. No premiums here. No premiums here. More epics. In this case, we've seen a lot of Ignatius Ale, we've seen a lot of Fabian Ale. Oh, look, the brothers right next to each other. That's wholesome. Freak Show. I actually did not have Freak Show. That's pretty important. That's pretty good. Let's take it. Profit 2 in the melee row. Pay 2 coins, damage an enemy unit by 2. Very, very popular spender to remove all the cards on your opponent's side of the board, basically. Okay, no premiums here. No premiums here. There we go. Okay, smuggle premium. We'll take it. And, no premiums this time. Okay. I will take more mutated hounds. Sure. Alright, now we're talking. Bring on the legendaries. And I'm sure there are plenty that I do not have. Oh, man. Okay, so this is a tough one. Savola is obviously premium. So, Profit 2, Tribute 9, so pay everything. Spawn a Savola's Frightener in this row. And that is a 12 power unit. So, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. However, Fallen Rayla is also a really interesting card. Profit 3, Tribute 3, you can gain Veil. And, Adrenaline 5, whenever you pay a tribute ability, boost self by that tribute's cost. So, for example, if you had Fallen Rayla down there, and then you have 5 or fewer cards in your hand, and you play Savola and use that tribute, you're boosting Fallen Rayla by 9. And let's just say there is a very specific deck that is very fun and interesting in several seasonal events, and potentially in Standard as well, but is definitely more common and potentially significantly easier to do in some seasonal events, that does tend to use Fallen Rayla as not an absolutely necessary card, but a very nice card to have. So, it's a tough one because I definitely would prefer Fallen Rayla, although obviously Savola is technically rarer because he is premium. So, this is one of those ones where I don't care that much about premiums, so I think I'm gonna take Fallen Rayla. I know that's not the popular choice, but I just like this card significantly more. And you know, hopefully we'll get Savola later on. Oh, and that's another premium, Arena Ghoul. And nothing special here. Or here. Or here. Alright, now we're on to epics again. And in this case, we have seen Ludovicius, or however you say his name, earlier today. But there is also Procession of Penance and Dire Mutated Hound. We don't have either of these. Procession of Penance, deploy damage self by 10. I mean, it's a 12 power unit, so you're bumping it down to 2 power. But reduce the damage by 2 for every Firesworn token that you control. So basically, you want to get a whole bunch of Firesworn tokens out there, and if you do, and this is a 12 for 6, which is pretty sweet. In all likelihood, you're probably going to get it somewhere in between that, though. So if you're going Fireswarm, it, I would think, would be pretty solid. Otherwise, Dire Mutated Hound, Barricade, so if it has armor, at the end of your turn, boost self by 2. 2 points per turn engine is not bad. And if you happen to lose that armor, you can spend 4 coins to gain that armor back. That's pretty expensive to get that armor, but if it means you can potentially keep that engine going for a while longer, then could, after 2 turns, pay itself off. So, I don't know. I think in many cases this might be I mean, again, I just don't have a great perspective as to when it comes to Syndicate, you know, where exactly do people weigh the different archetypes? Firesworn, I thought for a while people were saying is not in a great place, although I feel like very recently, or at least somewhat recently, it's made a little bit of resurgence, but I could absolutely be wrong about that, because I know almost nothing about Syndicate. Dire Mutated Hound, I feel like, is the much easier, simpler, straightforward option, because you could put it in basically any Syndicate deck and it could work, because it's just, you know, you play it, it's going to generate 2 points per turn. Whereas Procession of Penance needs to be in a Firesworn deck. Maybe for that reason we go with Dire Mutated Hound, because it's just more likely to work for us, I feel like. Alright, oh, look at that. We have a premium Eternal Fire Inquisitor. He's very passionate. And no premiums here. 4 epics. Oh, okay. Once again, we see you. But we've seen you many times before. Boris and Pickpocket. Oh, we already have Pickpocket. I take it back. Boris, in that case. Deploy damage an enemy unit by 3. That'd make him an 8 for 8. But if you get the Death Builder trigger, then that's 3 additional coins, which would make you basically an 11 for 8. And that's pretty good at that point. So as long as you can get enough damage so that you can make sure that you take someone out with this, then that's not bad. We'll take him. Alright, then nothing out of the ordinary here. Or here, for that matter. Or here, for that matter. Nothing premium. Carry on. Continue to carry on. Wayward Son. Oh, okay, here we go. Just quote Kansas, and you will get some nice epics. We have Roland. We have Vinci. We do not have Sir Skewertooth. Intimidate 2. So he is basically... He's like the, I mean, we're making this similarity between... We're making this comparison between Glynis as a Simulate 2 for Nilfgaard. The Super Simulate unit. Who was it we were comparing her to? I think Percival, the Harmony 2 unit for Scoia'tael. And then, somewhat similarly, Sir Skewertooth, Intimidate 2 for Syndicate. Basically, all these cards that get boosted by 2 whenever you do the specific archetype-y thing for that given faction. And so, he is the Crime Pig. And not to mention, if you pay 3 coins, he gains immunity, making him very hard to get rid of. So, he's a nice one. I've seen some people making that a very big pig. Let's take him. Oh, look at that. A random legendary. Okay, what do we get? It's Caleb Menge, which, well, once upon a time, I think people thought of as a pretty weak legendary, but nowadays, with all the new bounty stuff going on for Syndicate, I would think is a pretty nice card to have these days. So, that looks good, especially combined with all the cards we picked up from Price of Power. So, I like that a lot. That might even be... Would that be our best? At least... Probably our best of the Syndicate pickups from the Syndicate-specific decks. I mean, maybe even Sir Skewertooth. I mean, the Crime Pig he is that big. He is that important. But, okay, here, it doesn't really matter much. Menge, definitely the highlight of that keg. And nothing special there, though. Or here. Or here. And, nope. Still nothing. Nothing out of the ordinary, at least. Nor is there anything here. Okay, oh, that's a premium. Tide Cloak Ransackers. Let's take you. But this time, no premiums. Nor are there any here. Okay, here we go. More legendaries. Oh, and I didn't even remember that I had Phil Bileheart, but apparently I do. But Azur Javed is, of course, the defender for Syndicate, and I don't know. When it comes to all the various defenders for all the factions, of course, everyone has one, but aside from neutrals. But Azur Javed is a little bit unique in that rather than having one big, powerful defender, he spawns in 2 mini defenders with the Scarabs, and, or well, can spawn in 2 or 1, depending on how many coins you pay up. But sometimes that can be nice because, you know, if your opponent has a lot of damage or has a lot of high damage, then maybe they could easily get rid of a single defender in one turn, but might not be able to get rid of both defenders in the same turn, in which case having two small ones is actually better. Or if they have a bunch of wide punish and they can, you know, have, say, like a lacerate, then they could get rid of both of them in the same turn, and then it's worse. Because that would not get rid of, say, a Donamir, or, you know, something along those lines, a Cave Troll, what have you. So, I don't know. Obviously, I haven't really used him, so I don't have a great sense as to, relative to the other defenders, where exactly he ranks up, but I feel like I've heard people, bringing up that point, that, he does feel a little bit different than the other defenders for that reason. But, I mean, a defender is a defender, so, it's either him, or it's Sacred Flame, which will spawn a Fireswarm Zealot on both sides of the card, and then boost all allied Fireswarm units by 1, which, I mean, Fireswarm's thing is creating a whole bunch of units that just flood the board, right? So, this gives you some more of them, and it's just 4 points with the deploy ability, but assuming that you have a ton on the board, then, that order could be, I mean, could be on the order of 12 points if you have done a whole lot. So, I don't know. I mean, we did deliberately, previously, take what was more of a general use card over a more specific Firesworn card, and I feel like that might be what we want to do here with Azure Javet as well. You know, later on, once we have more Syndicate cards, we can maybe get a little bit pickier and say, well, let's specifically build around Firesworn. But I feel like now we're just looking to take the fundamentals, and a Defender, I think, is definitely one of the fundamentals, so let's go with Azure Javet. Okay, nothing interesting there. Or there. Okay. Epics this time. And we, of course, did get Morley's earlier today. We already have Kurt as well, and so that means we have Uwald Bersodi, which I think has been, from what I have heard from other people, a somewhat popular card to include. Deploy damage an enemy unit by 2. If Horse Bersodi is in our graveyard, damage an enemy unit by 4 instead. So, 2 or 4 damage on deploy, which, without his brother in our graveyard, is a 7 for 7, which is not that good. With him in our graveyard, it's a 9 for 7 on deploy, which is decent. And then the key thing here is he is another potential spender, giving out 1 bleed whenever we spend a coin, so 1 for 1 with the coin spendage as well. So I think that is the primary reason why people tend to use him, but I mean, I think he's solid from what I have gathered from other people. And nothing out of the ordinary here. Or here. Alright, more epics. Nice. And, well, we have Lieutenant Von Hurst. We have Pickpocket. Is that? Second, that looks like that might have been premium, but no, it's not. We, of course, do not have Greater Brothers. I don't think people tend to think very highly of this card, but, Insanity, which means if you play a crime, then it'll get boosted by 1. If you spend 2 coins, you'll gain 2 armor, which normally you might say, well, why bother? But, well, see, the thing is, if he loses all of his armor, it gets destroyed. So it does start with a lot of base power. So, I mean, it's a high-risk, high-reward card. I don't think it tends to see that much play, but, I mean, we'll take it, because we have the other cards. And nothing premium there. Nothing premium here. Alright, even more epics. Done pretty well from the epic standpoint, and we got Sir Skewer 2 previously, and I was pretty excited to get him. And I mean, we could get another one here, I suppose, or we could get a non-premium version of Morley's, and I suppose we do that, because, I mean, we don't have a normal version of them yet. No premiums this time. We are getting a ton of epics, though. And, well, we have Lieutenant Von Hurst. We just got Greater Brothers. We do not yet have Saul. And he is a pretty good card, is he not? Hoard 3, meaning if you have 3 coins, at the end of your turn, boost self by 1. Not that good, seeing as how he's a 4 power, 7 provision unit, so take a little while before he breaks even, so to speak. But at 6 coins, at the end of your turn, boost self by 2 instead. Alright, now that sounds decent. Hoard 9, at the end of your turn, boost self by 3 instead. At that point, that is really powerful. So yeah, I think he is a very good card that I've seen people use in the past. So let's definitely take him. Oh man. Yeah, we did not get a lot of luck with, what was it, Skellige? We are having a lot of luck, though, with Syndicate here. And I'd say, that's probably a good thing, because as I was saying, we very much need the good Syndicate cards, because we are way behind in that stuff. Okay, well, 3 options here. 3 of which we do not yet have. None of them are premium, so we'll take them purely on their merits here. Collusion does not even fit, seemingly. Let's see, so it's a crime. If you control a unit from the gang, basically you get a bonus based on whichever units you control from the various gang categories. For Blind Eyes, you increase all other effects by 1. For Crown Splitters, boost an allied unit by, with the lowest power by 4. Cut-Ups, damage an enemy unit with the highest power by 4. Firesworn, spawn 2 Firesworn Zealots in a random allied row. Tide Cloaks, gain 4 coins. It does a whole lot, or at least can do a whole lot. The idea here being that you are basically deliberately mixing and mingling a bunch of the different various gangs in the same deck, rather than going all out Fireswarm, all out Crown Splitters, all out Cut-Ups, or so on and so forth. I think it's generally considered very good. Vivaldi Bank is as well, however, because Vivaldi Bank, profit 3, so you gain 3 coins. Look at the top 3 cards from your deck, plus an additional card for every coin you possess. Play the top card for free, or play another card for a coin cost equal to the distance from the top. Shuffle the remaining cards back into your deck. So it's basically a tutor, a devotion tutor at that. So that, I think, is the primary benefit of it, and might be one of the only ones for Syndicate. If, does Syndicate have the 8 provision, 2 power, oh, he does. It does. There's Furko the Sculptor, right? Okay, so he's not the only way to tutor stuff in Syndicate. But I definitely do see people play it a lot. I think it is also very generally very highly regarded. So that's a bit of a tough decision between these two. Then there's Tatterway. So, which one would we prefer between Collusion and Vivaldi Bank? I don't know. I really don't know for this one. I feel like Vivaldi Bank is probably the easier one to use. I feel like that is the kind of thing where you could throw it in almost any Syndicate deck and it could work, whereas Collusion is a very strong yes, but it's the kind of card that you need to build an entire deck around because, like I said, you are specifically, deliberately putting in a wide variety of the different gangs in your deck so that you can get as much benefit out of this as possible, whereas usually you probably would go most, if not all, on one specific gang if it were not for Collusion. So given our lack of Syndicate cards, or just general lack of Syndicate experience, I feel like maybe Vivaldi Bank is the safer and better option, at least for me. Okay, nothing too interesting here. And the epics, the legendaries, they just keep on coming. We have all these cards, but I mean, Tavern Brawl is a cool one, so sure, we'll take another copy of that. And I just want to double check. What are we looking at now? We are at 106 remaining. I think we had a little over 160. So that means we're not quite halfway through our Syndicate kegs here. Of course, we did also get 6 kegs that were Novigrad kegs that looked very similar. So in some ways, we are perhaps closer to 50% if you include that number of kegs in the denominator. Let's see. Nothing special there. I don't think. Was one of those a premium? And no premiums here. Or here. Or here. Alright, back to the epics. And we do have all of them. So, I mean, take your pick. I mean, Boris is maybe the best of the, or maybe even Pugo. But shouldn't matter too much. We have them all. None of them were premium. And speaking of premiums, or no premiums, well, no premiums here either. Alright, back to Legendary. What do we have this time? Let's see. Sucrus, I'm a big fan of his. I have used him a whole lot in Skellige. But, well, we do already have him, of course. Then we have Walter Veritas. On deploy, create and play a Bronze Syndicate faction card. You basically just get to play another card. Something to be said for that. But then there's the Professor. Deploy, put a bounty on an enemy unit, and damage it by 4, which sometimes is enough to just immediately destroy that unit, and because you're putting a bounty on it, immediately generate some coins out of it. With Tribute 3, you can ignore a target's armor as well, and I do believe the Professor is very, very highly regarded, so I think we are definitely going to take him over Walter Veritas. This is more approaching meme territory, so let's take the Professor. And especially since we got a lot of bounty cards from the Price of Power set, I mean, he would seemingly fit in very well with all of our Witch Hunters as well. And that is one of the things that we do have a lot of with our Syndicate cards, is we have definitely done a lot for Price of Power. Nothing here. Or here. Okay, epic. And again, Pastodi. This time not premium. Of course, we saw a premium version of him last time, and we already had a premium version of him. So that didn't really matter much. I mean, I suppose we could get a normal version of him if we'd like. Sure. 4 epics. Wow. We're getting very lucky with the Syndicate cards here. I mean, we have seen all these, or at least we do already have all of them, so it shouldn't really matter. I mean, sure, we'll go rolling. And nothing. Oh, no, for a second I thought that might have been premium, but definitely not. It is not. Carry on. 4 epics. Wow. That is premium. That is, Kalkstein. Definitely take him in that case. We already had all the other cards, though Freak Show also very good. Definitely opts for the premium in that case. Oh my goodness. Wow. We're having way more luck with Syndicate than any other faction, it seems. Just so many epics. And did we pass on Damnation earlier? No, I don't think so. I think this is the first time we've seen it today. Damage 3 enemy units by 2. Deathblow, spawn a Firesworn Zealot in the opposite row for each destroyed enemy. Again, like we were saying before, Firesworn, the name of the game is flood your side of the board with a bunch of tokens and then boost those as much as you can. So we'll definitely take it because it is the only one that we don't yet have here. Nothing special here. Or here. Or here. And no premiums. Carry on. That's a premium. Safecracker. Used to be a very popular card now, but I think it's gotten nerfed, right? And not this time. No premiums. No premiums here either, I'm afraid. Back to the epics now. And, well, we do have all of them. And we did take a second Tavern Brawl previously, so I suppose this time we'll go with the second... Oh, no, you're... Hold on. I was about to just randomly take Evold, but I did not even notice for a second. Yes, he is a premium. I was about to say, yeah, sure, why not? We'll go for him. Just purely out of coincidence, and then I glanced over like, wait, he just moved. He's a premium. Yes, definitely take him in that case. Alright, no premiums this time, though. Or this time. I don't know if I have his brother yet, though. Chance I do? I'm not sure. Of course, he does get stronger if his brother is in your graveyard. Alright, more epics, and, oh man. So it did get nerfed. It did get nerfed, but you gotta say, getting Tunnel Drill is still definitely a big pickup. So, it's a machine from Crown Splitters, Profit 2, Fee 2, damage an enemy unit by 1. However, if you played a crime this turn, damage an enemy unit by 3 instead. It used to be that it dealt damage, or it dealt 1 damage, but it got an additional damage for each adjacent Crown Splitter, so you put a Crown Splitter on either side, and it could deal 3 damage for every 2 coins, and that was just ridiculously powerful. But if you do consistently play crimes, then you can still get that 3 damage. It's just hard to do that all on one turn. We'll definitely take it. No premiums there. Or epics. My goodness. I mean, we do have all these, so we don't really need them. No premiums, so take a pick, I guess. Kurt? Also no premiums? Keep on moving in that case. And same story here. Still no premiums. Alright, more epics. And in this case, more that we've seen, and seen several times at that. This time, I guess we'll double down on Pugo. Let's see. No. Nothing special this time around. And nothing special this time around either. Okay, here we go. Now we have a premium. Smuggle. But not this time. Or this time. Oh, hold on. We do need to take one of them, though. I know there's no premium, but you do still need to take one, Lids. Still no premiums, though. A little bit of a cold spell. Certainly, at least by our Syndicate standards, which are considerably higher, it seems, than our other standards, because there's a while there where it seemed like every other keg was giving us an epic. But alas, it has been a while now since we last got any epics or legendaries. We haven't seen many legendaries. We've got many, many epics for sure. And some good ones at that. But actually not too many legendaries. Well, here we go. That's more like it. In this case, we already have Philippa. Already have No Gradient Justice. Oh, the Flying Retaining is really good though. Board 9, on turn end, summon this unit from your deck or graveyard to a random allied row. Basically, just farm monies, and this guy's gonna keep on coming out. So, and you could potentially even do something to consume it consistently, and it will still keep coming back from your graveyard, as long as you continue to have that 9 coins. So, yeah, it is a good one. Definitely. And another one that is pretty versatile, I think. You know, you can put it in just about any of your Syndicate decks. Okay, here come the epics again. And, no premiums, and just repeats here. So we'll take Greater Brothers, just because we don't have a second one of it. And Yeah, the epics are back, it seems. Alright, and that answers our question as to whether we had Horse Bursody or not. We apparently did not, and is our only one of these epics that we did not yet have. So, deploy, gain 3 coins. If Ewald Bursody, the guy that we were getting several times before, is in your graveyard, gain 6 coins instead. And Fee, give an allied unit 1 vitality. So, Fee 1, that is. So, Ewald deals 1 damage, or, well, does 1 bleed whenever you spend a coin, whereas Horst boosts your units with vitality for every coin. So, just a slightly different approach. Boosting yourself versus dealing damage, and we'll definitely take him, of course. And, no premiums here. Or here. Or here. Oh, that was a random epic, and in fact, one that we passed on previously, that we were hoping we might see later on, and now obviously we have. It's a Procession of Penance, and this is the one that damages itself by 10 and reduces that number based on how many Firesworn tokens you have out there. So we were saying it's good, potentially, but it does require that you're going all-out Fireswarm. Okay, and, well, not much there. More epics, though. There is Procession of Penance. I mean, it's the only one we don't have 2 copies of, so I guess we get a second one here. And nothing here of interest. Nothing here of interest. So let's just take a quick peek here to see how many more kegs do we have. Okay, we have 48 remaining, which means we are, what, about 2/3 of our way through our Syndicate kegs here. Nothing of interest this time around. Yeah, I think probably still safe to say that our Syndicate kegs we've had the most luck with relative to the other factions. Certainly, at least from an epic standpoint, we've just gotten so many epic cards. Not as much when it comes to legendaries, maybe. Of course, it's maybe a little bit harder to compare because we deliberately got more of the Syndicate kegs rather than more than the other factions. So it's not exactly an even comparison, so you can't just compare the raw numbers. You need to think more from a number of kegs it's taken for us to get the epics or legendaries, and the frequency of the epics or legendaries, and it seems like the frequency of the epics, at least for a while there, was ridiculously good, that is. Legendaries, we haven't really seen that many of them, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. I think overall, though, thus far, we've definitely seen ourselves pick up several useful cards here for Syndicate, and does feel as if we have many more of the key pieces to build a viable Syndicate deck. The Borsodi brothers, definitely nice. Prime Piggy, Tunnel Drill. Not necessarily things that would go in the same deck per se, but just some things that are definitely fundamental pieces of some of the Syndicate decks. That being said, little bit of a dry spell here. Haven't seen much in the way of premiums or higher rarity cards for a little while, but right on cue, here come the epics once again. And we have seen all of these. It's our 3rd premium Nathaniel Pastodi. It's almost like he only exists in premium form. We did see him once in normal form, and we said for that reason maybe we get him. But now if we're looking to double down on somebody, I mean, suppose we get Nathaniel Pastodi. We could get a second Gord, we could get a second Blindheim brother, but I mean, doesn't really matter much, and this is at least some powder, so there is some reason to double down on the premium. Okay, nothing big here. Or here. Or here. Alright, now here we go. More epics and whoa, okay. Actually did not have Roderick DeWitt. And he's a pretty solid card, I would think. Similar to the Eggmans for Northern Realms, the Dunkas for... Is it Dunka? For Squirtle, or am I getting my rides mixed up? You know, the Apiarian Phantoms for monsters. Basically, the 7 provision epic cards from the what was that? Master Mirror expansion. So in this case, for syndicates, rather than getting boosted or dealing damage or doing hand boosting, what have you, it is well, spawning a Flaming Rose Footman, or if we don't do that, then we can generate some coins. And seeing as this is the only unit that we don't yet have, we'll definitely take him. And I think he's another solid piece, so that's nice. Okay, still nothing here though. No premiums. That is of course what we're eyeing when it comes to just the rare cards. But not seeing any here at the moment. If it moves, pick it. If it ain't moving, pick a random one. And carry on. Alright, but here we go. Back to epics, and I actually do not have Graydon. Talk about bounties, here is another good bounty card. So, he's a Witch Hunter, destroy an enemy unit with a bounty. And, seeing as how we have lots of bounty cards that we were picking up from Price of Power, seems like he'd be a good fit there. Then, Tribute 5 boosts self by that unit's base power. So, not only some removal, but potentially, if you're willing to pay up, could be sizable boost as well. So definitely taking him. He is the only card that we don't have out of all these, so I think that is definitely a good pickup. And definitely a good inclusion for bounty decks. Nothing here. Or here. Oh, and that's a random epic. This time, we have already seen you. Actually, several times, in fact. No premiums, though. I imagine at this rate, we may be getting somewhat close to finishing up our Syndicate Kegs. Maybe we'll take a look soon. Let's take a peek. We have 9 remaining. Okay, good thing we checked. We are definitely getting close in that case. See if there's any big card we can get before we're done with our Syndicate Kegs in that case. Overall, I think we've done a really good job of filling out our list of Syndicate cards with a bunch of solid epics. And we did get some nice legendaries, certainly when we were doing Price of Power. But even, say, like, Caleb Menge we got as well. Here's a random epic here, and it's Lieutenant Von Hurst, who we already did have, but we already have all these guys as well. I mean, Ford got nerfed, so let's not double down on him. Let's get a Blindhind Brother with a second copy in that case. Lack of premiums, though, as of late. Real lack. All the premiums have instead been transformed into Nathaniel Pastodi, it seems. Let's see, at this point it is 4 more. Okay. So that means 3. 2. And now this will be our final one, our final syndicate keg. So fingers crossed we get something good for this one. We shall see. Doesn't look like it though. No premium is either. So that will be all for our syndicate kegs. Unless we might happen to have a premium one stuck in here. But at this point, that is all of our faction kegs. So what we're looking to do at this stage is to do our sort of random miscellaneous kegs, like our base set kegs, neutral kegs, Crimson Curse kegs, and then we'll finish with all of our premium kegs. So why don't we start with neutral? We just happen to have one of those. I'm not really sure how or why I got this, but sure. Go for that. And, well, it's not exactly very good, but, sure. Oh, actually, Impenetrable Fog is another one of the cards that I did deliberately mill at the beginning of the day today before making our new deck. So, okay, it's actually not a terrible thing to pick up here. That was our only neutral keg. Then, I think we just do all of these ultimate kegs, which basically means it could have pretty much anything in them. And they're the generic ones that I've gotten from basically just, you know, logging in the dailies on the regular and what have you. And so having not opened any of those for a very, very long time means we have a lot of them. And in this case, some of them have epics. And, well, we have seen Pitfall Trap today. I think we've also seen Kudakak, although we did pass on him. I already had him before we started opening up all of our kegs today. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter in this case. I suppose Pitfall Trap, sure. More epics. This time, Citrifa's right. We have certainly seen that. Do already have Vigo and Hubert Reich as well. So, shouldn't really matter who we go for here since there are no premiums in question. But this one, theoretically, of all the kegs that we've opened thus far, has by far the widest variety of cards that it could give us. So it'll be interesting to see if there is anything new and unusual, or at least new and unusual to what we've seen today. Of course, we've looked a whole lot at Price of Power, and that is the newest in terms of the release date, but we have seen plenty of it today, is more so what I mean. Anything that we have not yet seen today could be of interest. And, no, not premium for a second there. Had me wondering. Still no premiums. Oh, but look at this. We got Champion's Charge, which was a random epic. We did see that earlier today, but I suppose not a bad thing to get the second one. And more importantly, a random Scoia'tael legendary card. Let's see what that is. Oh, talk about big dwarves and how I did not have many of them. We picked up 1 or 2 earlier when we were opening up our Skellige kegs, but Munro Broyes is... Broyes? I don't know how you pronounce his last name, but it is definitely one of them. Transform 2 allied rowdy dwarves into dwarf berserkers, and the rowdy dwarves are just the tokens, the 2 power tokens, which are not really all that special, but the dwarf berserkers have actually gotten buffed recently. And so, by extension, means that Munro has also been buffed. I think they were previously 3 power, and it might have been 3 power, 5 armor, in which case now if they're 4 powered, 4 armor, they're not actually buffed, they're just kind of reworked. But anyways, they deal damage every turn when they remove their armor, and so if you have a couple of them, then you have a decent bit of damage. So definitely a good pickup in that case. Strong dwarf. And, well, nothing special here. But that's fine. That is our special card in this occasion. Oh, and look at that. A random epic neutral. In this case, it's Doodoo. I do already have him, though. Oh, and hold on. I only saw that there was an epic there at the last second and then accidentally double-clicked. So we'll take a closer look in just a minute. It was Frightener that we got. I did already have it, so not necessarily a big pickup in that case. And no premiums here. Of course, Bountiful Harvest, we saw plenty of that in our Price of Power kegs. Then, no, not premium. For a second there, for some reason, I thought it might have been, but it is not. No worries. No premiums here either. And still no premiums. Still no premiums. And here we go. Now we've got some big legendaries, and in this occasion, like we were saying before, because this set can have basically any card in it, we could see an interesting set of choices here. It is Visigodo Corvo. I already had him today, and we already got a second copy of him today. Wild Boar of the Sea, already have. Both of these are great cards, yes, but I do not yet have the Phoenix. On round start, if Phoenix is in your graveyard, banish it, then spawn Phoenix Hatchling and summon it to a random allied row. Basically, it is one of the, I don't know, it's from the original set, right? Yeah. In some ways, I kind of see this as one of the original carryover cards, or at least it feels that way. Just old-fashioned, not even technically resilience, but another way of getting 4 points of carryover. So, yeah, let's take it for sure. And since it's a neutral, that is a card that would otherwise have been difficult, if not impossible, for us to get from other kegs. So that's good, for sure. Otherwise, the only way we would have gotten it would have been to have spent scraps on it. Alright, well, here's Alumni, so we need to take it. This will be Alumni number 81, for what it's worth. Maybe that's the year they graduated. Oh, hold on. Random. Legendary Northern Realms card here. And it's Roach Merciless, which I do not have. Deploy, damage an enemy unit by 2. If you trigger the death blow, then you'll gain Zeal and allow you to spawn in a Blue Stripes Commando and summon it to this row. Blue Stripes Commandos being those cards that, once you get them out there, can summon all the other copies from your deck. Usually, you're either trying to create copies of them and or transform those copies into K20 Revenants to spawn a bunch of K20 Revenants. So Roach is definitely a nice pickup there. He's been, once upon a time, he was very good when the Revenants were very popular, and just generally, those Commanders were very popular. So I think nowadays he's fallen a little bit out of favor, been a little bit has been overcome by other cards that have since surpassed him with power creep and what have you. So he might see a buff eventually. Then nothing special here. Nothing special here. No premiums. Also, no premiums. Oh, do still need to pick one, though. Nothing special. And nothing special here either. Impenetrable Fog was one of the cards that I had milled at the beginning of the day here, but we've gotten them back now. Back up to our 2 that we theoretically could put in our deck. Okay, we got some epics here. And in this case, Malena, Colgrim. Already had Malena. Colgrim we saw earlier today. And Windhelm we did see, but I think we had him or the alternative was Immortals, and we took Immortals. So Windhelm is actually, he's kind of similar in that also starts with a shield. Every allied turn on turn end, it boosts this unit by 2 if he still has a shield. So unlike Immortals where you want to remove the shield, in the case of Windhelm, you want to keep the shield. Well, we'll take Orb of Insight for good luck. And nothing special here. No premiums here either. No premiums here either. Oh man, okay, more legendaries. In this case, Nova, I definitely already have her. Have used her a lot in fact, the deck that we used earlier today. Ice, we just got him from our Skeleton Kegs, was the highlight of those. Cleaver, we have not yet gotten, and we did finish our Syndicate Kegs, although he is certainly a very nice Syndicate card. Intimidate, so gets boosted by 1 whenever you play a crime. Deploy, spawn, and play Shakedown, which will boost an allied unit by 3 and give you 3 coins as well, and of course it's crime, so it will boost Cleaver that way as well. And if you pay 4 coins, you can spawn a Cleaver's Muscle in that row, and you can keep on doing that to get a whole bunch of those Cleaver's Muscles. Once Upon a Time was a great way to set up Tunnel Drill, although nowadays, since Tunnel Drill just got nerfed, I mean, that was one of the key reasons for playing Cleaver. Maybe he's not going to be quite as good post-Tunnel Drill nerf, but who knows? We'll have to see. Either way, he's the only card that we don't have here, so we're definitely going to take him. And that definitely does add another nice piece to our set of Syndicate cards. No premiums this time. Oh, actually a random epic there. It was Siegfried, which I do already have, and we were actually talking about him before, how we could potentially purify a bunch of tokens that would normally just have Doomed, so that they can actually go into your graveyard. I think we were talking about it for Mornsard, and then use Mornsard to banish all of them and get a huge boost. Okay, no special options this time. Oh, random Northern Realms epic card. And it's Windhelm again. Of course, did get him very recently. Still no premiums. Feels like we've been going a long time here without getting many premiums in that middle spot. For whatever reason, I mean, maybe my eyes are just glossing over and I'm missing them. But hopefully not. Hopefully we'll get him soon. Hopefully we'll get him with some of our rarer cards as well. Still no premiums here, though. So we'll carry on. Nothing doing here. Or here, for that matter. Nothing special here either. And oh, this is the weirdest thing. Talk about deliberately not opening up neutral kegs because we don't think there are very many good, or there are a lot of trash neutral cards. This is not for me milling this. I just genuinely did not have an Oxenford Scholar for ever. I've never had this card, which seems really strange, but sure, we'll take him. Not that he's particularly good. Deploy, give an allied unit vitality for 2 turns, meaning he's a slow 5 for 4. But hey, we do have him now. We do have him now. Oh, well, I mean, we gotta take Alumni. This is, what, Alumni number 82. Not popping up nearly as often nowadays, since we are no longer on our Price of Power kegs. but still pops up every now and again. And of course, we are still contractually obligated to take it. All right, and ooh, look at this, some new epics, and this time we actually do get one that we've not yet acquired, Tainted Ale, which is an artifact, which damages an enemy unit or damages a unit, could even be your own if you really wanted to, by 2, and you get 3 charges, so total of 6 damage. Let's take it, as it is the only one we don't have here. And nothing special this time. Oh, a random monsters epic. This one is Morvad and did already have him, so not a real game changer there, unfortunately. And now, just 9 of these ultimate kegs remaining. And I think this was the largest set of kegs that we had remaining at this point. Once we are done with this one, we are down to the types of kegs that we just don't have too many of. And we'll be close to doing our premiums. In fact, we might already be on our premiums after this. That, speaking of premiums, is a premium. No such premiums this time, though. Okay, no such premiums this time either. 4 remaining. Nothing special this time. 3 more. Nothing here either. 2. Okay, there's another premium, and I was talking about this one previously. I do like the Dareland Soldier premium in particular. Walking from one of the cards that spawns, or one of the cards that you play, it's the one that you spawn. It's a cool one. And speaking of one, I think this might have been our last one of these ultimate kegs. And we will finish with some epics. And epics that we do already have. So it's mostly just a matter of which one do we want a second copy of, because none of these are premiums. So, I don't know, take your pick. We'll go Keldar, I suppose. And there you see, that was the last of our ultimate kegs, and the list of kegs is growing quite small at this point. We have our Crimson Curse kegs, which, for those of you who are unfamiliar, was a previous expansion from a while ago. So that, I think, is next on our list, and then we will do our premium kegs of the various varieties, and then we will be done. So we are getting very, very close. Let's check it out. So, of course, it being an expansion keg does mean that we can get cards from any faction. This is our last one here. We only had 2 of them. And nothing special there. Okay, so that's the last of our normal kegs. Now, to finish things off, we're going to go to all of our premium kegs. So I'm excited for that stuff, because we're talking about how we want to get more of those premium cards, and this is, of course, the best way to do it. So let's start with our, well, I suppose, Crimson Curse premium keg, because that is a continuation of what we were just doing, just fully premium this time. Unfortunately, no particularly high rarity cards. That's actually my first of the premium Century and Spellweavers. That surprises me a bit. I do like the Peller premium as well. Let's see. We only have 1 Oxford Scholar. So, in some ways, you could say it would be a good thing to pick him up so that way you can at least get 2 of that card. So if you really wanted to have 2 Oxford Scholars, you could put the maximum of 2 in your deck. However, as we previously established, it's a terrible card. So if we're trying to deliberately pick cards that are actually good, that we might actually use, an Imperial Diviner is probably the right choice. I think we probably do go with that. Yes, we obviously already have enough of them, but it is, however, a card that we would actually end up using. I think this was the default, or the sort of generic ultimate premium keg here, which is the kind that we had more of, so we might deliberately go to the other one that we have less of first. But Okay, this is an interesting one. We have 2 of the premium armored cavalries, so that's probably not something we're looking to do, but only 1 smuggler, only 1 revenant. I do like the smuggler a lot. I do like the way they just kind of like slide back down against the current. The revenants are kind of good too, but they're a decent premium, I feel like, but smugglers are not near the top of my list, but they're up there. They're up there somewhere. So yeah, let's go. What is the difference technically between Ultimate Premium Keg and Premium Base Keg set? 5 premium cards from the base set, 4 of which are... Okay, well, base set specifically, whereas this can be any. I don't know. Maybe it's actually better to end with the Ultimate Premium Keg in that case. The one that can give us any premium, any premium card at all. That's probably best. All right, let's continue in that case with our 22 base set premiums. And of course, we're really hoping for the high rarities here, because it'd be really nice to get some high rarity premiums. Otherwise, we're just looking at either premiums that we don't have or premiums that we feel like are cards that we like the style of. Like the Dwarven Agitator is, well, quite agitated, I suppose, not so surprisingly. The Eternian Mauler is also, at least the very initial movement there is also pretty aggressive. I don't know, I suppose we'll go with the Agitator. So in this case, I think in many cases it's mostly just up to personal preference. Like, well, we already have 2 of you. Don't have any premium Gutting Slashes, so might go for that. We do have 1 premium Blue Stripe Scout, so yeah, let's go with the Gutting Slash in that case. Then, alright, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Give us the premium epics. And, ooh. So, don't yet have Vincent. And so, probably worth taking him. In terms of the style of the actual animation of the premium, Garrison, not that impressive, other than, yeah, you got the animated fire at the bottom. Sheldon, I think at the very beginning, has a sort of a dramatic gesture, but Vincent is certainly the most active, the most mobile of all these premiums, and like I said, we don't have him. So he sets the power of a non-boosted enemy unit to 1. So if it has a lot of base power, but it hasn't actually been boosted yet, then that's a good way to weaken it, and then maybe set that up for removal. So we'll take him. Alright, well, more epics in this case. And, ooh, more cards that we don't yet have. I mean, Carlo Varese is not a bad card in some cases, and Holger, I haven't really made a point of using, but Sheila, although not fantastic, she's what, basically an 8 for 6. I mean, that's something. 8 for 6 with damage, and she's a mage, which, especially for Northern Realms, does help out with some of their mage synergies. And so, I mean, we'll take her. We'll take her. I honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that she counts as Northern Realms, given what happens in The Witcher 2. But, you know, sure. That's just a minor aside that occurred to me when I first saw her card and saw what faction they assigned her to. Obviously, she's been Northern Realms card for a very long time, and she's technically from, what is it, Kovir, which is definitely a Northern Realm, but it's just, you know, where her allegiances lie. May not necessarily be with Kovir. Okay, let's see. We did see a premium Nilfgaardian Knight earlier today. I think in terms of the quality of the actual animation, though, because we have 1 of each of these premiums, I might prefer the Ancient Foglet. I think it is the most mobile, the most dramatic, the most noticeable. Oh, now we got the big stuff. Now we got the Revenant that we were talking about before, how that's a decent option. But the legendaries, this is the big stuff. Okay. Ooh, well, we did get Hjalmar earlier today, and that was one of our biggest pickups for our Skellige cards. Get a second of him and have him be animated. Renew, I do like the premium on that a lot, but and I do like Renew in general a whole lot, but we do already have it, of course. Dorveth's Gambit is, well, here's the tough thing. I mean, we don't have it, but I do think it's probably a worse card than these other ones. So, I mean, maybe we take him just for the sake of having Yorvet's Gambit, but this is one case, especially with Renew, where I do really like that card, and it is a pretty sweet premium where I would almost consider going with the premium Renew in this case, just because it is that nice. But, alright, we'll take Yorvet's Gambit. Alright, and of course, would love to see more of those legendary cards in the middle where we get to choose which one we get. And premiums here, I mean, there's like almost nothing happening with Crushing Trap. You can barely tell that it's animated. So despite, isn't this the one that I said so many times before that it looked like that spider was moving? And so I was like, is it a premium? Is it not the premium? But no, we're going to take Raging Bear, I think. It's a little more interesting. Alright, and then here, we don't have any premium siege towers, so I suppose we probably go that route. Then again, is it even premium? It doesn't even look like it. You have the little smoke, dust clouds moving around at the bottom. That's just about it. A little rubble falling from the wall. Like maybe a tiny bit of movement up there, but not the most inspiring of premiums, but I suppose just for the sake of at least having a premium siege tower, because we don't have one, we'll do it. Alright, and more of the Darelin Soldiers. I am a fan of them, but we do already have 2 of them for the premium, so not needed this time around. We don't have any premium winches. This is another one where, I mean, there's just not a lot happening here. I mean, I suppose it's an inanimate object, so what are you going to make the premium do? I mean, you could make it spin, but, I mean, it's like, arguably, kind of like the Siege Tower, arguably not even a premium at all. But, I mean, I guess we'll take it because we don't have any yet. But that might be competing for the worst premium, along with Siege Tower, perhaps. And here it is again. Alright, this time I will deliberately not take it. Could either do Crow's Eye or Wild Hunt Rider. I think I like the Wild Hunt Rider, though. Especially when you first open it up. Yeah, it has that dramatic entrance. I do like that. Alright, then we previously took the Dwarven Agitator. I refuse to take the Kingslayer. Let's go with the Agitator, I suppose, again here. Obviously, we have 1 of each for the premiums of these cards. Alright, and then 11 more of these at the moment, and we got a random epic Nilfgaard card, so that's cool. I am a fan of the Fran Warriors as well, though we already have enough premiums of that. Alright, it's a Brygith, which we did get earlier today, I forget. Yeah, I think that was the second time I had him before we started opening up the kegs today, although I didn't remember that I did. We got him earlier in the standard version, and then obviously just now we're getting him in the premium form. Then Slizzard, we already have 2 of, at least for the premiums. 1 of the Terces Bearmaster. We don't have any premium Lyrian Langschnecks, but I mean, it's not exactly a great card. Not that Terces Bearmaster is either. Let's take the Langschneck, just so that we have at least 1 premium of that. Alright, 10 more. At least of this kind of premium keg. And Griffin is pretty cool. I will give you that. But so is the Drum and Shield Maiden. And I mean, they're both pretty solid cards. So I think it is between those 2. Personally, I definitely use the Shield Maiden more often. So I'd say let's go for this one. Alright, oh, and look at this. Epic in the middle. I like to see that. And I do have a premium Poly, and this might even be another card that I got from the daily reward. Not 100% sure of that. Alright, Eskel, that one just feels like that's mean, because I mean, you can get that from the reward book, and that is where I got him. So that's just a waste. Already have him. I think that means we're definitely going for Sweers here. And the standard version you get from the just starting out, right? But I think the premium one is not a bad addition, I suppose. He has a very intense glare. So yeah, you know, I think that's a decent premium. It's a pretty good one. Okay, more of the Slizzards? Or, no, we have 2 of those, so don't really need it. Go Blue Stripes Commandos. I am not a fan of the Blue Stripes Commando, premium, because as you can see here, like, what is happening? It's like the world, okay, that part of the animation less so, but like this part here, it's like, are you living in slow-mo? What is going on right now? Like that right there, just looks like you're living in, like 1/5 speed or something like that. Only once you do the, like, little slam there at the bottom. So, for that reason, I mean, I guess we go the Mastercrafted Spear? Alright, and this time round, we did previously take the Landsknecht. I was saying how it's not really a very good card, so I wasn't super keen on doing it. But, I mean, the Vryad Sappers, maybe for Purify Tech, might be marginally better. We already have 2 of the Darelin Soldiers, which are objectively better from a, at least an animation quality standpoint, because this is S tier for sure. Guess we take the Sappers. Okay, and well, we took the Shield Maidens previously. Now we can take the Queen's Guard, which I'm thinking we might want to do, because otherwise it's the Ice Troll, which I do have 1 of, and I do occasionally use it, yes, but, you know, it's basically just threatening someone, throwing a rock at them, whereas, I do like both the Queen's Guard and the Shield Maidens. Or we could take another inanimate object, which, you know, I'd rather not do. Even if we don't have any of the premiums for it, this just feels silly. So, let's go with the Shield, or rather, Queen's Guard. Alright, and no, I will not take a Kingslayer. Fine, I will take an inanimate object instead, if you insist. Alright, 4 more of these. And remember, we have 1 other type of premium keg after this, but we only have a few of those. And already have 2 premium Dobelthana Bowmen. Go with the Landsknecht or the Nausicaa Brigade. I do kind of like the Nausicaa Brigade because at the very beginning there, it's a little bit of a dramatic opening. Go for that. Don't think either of the cards are particularly good, but so be it. Alright, and well, here's the Shield Maiden we were talking about before. We already have 2 now of those premiums, though, so we won't take her. Could go with the Fiend, which we only have 1 of the premiums of, or we could go with the Blue Stripes Commander that I was saying I didn't particularly like. Let's go with the Fiend. I don't like the Blue Stripes Commando premium. I don't like it. Alright, 2 left from this type of premium keg. And, well, I am a fan of the Hawker Smuggler Premium, but we already have 3 of those, so not needed. Already have 2 Ancient Foglets, so I suppose that means Golden Froth. And although this is an inanimate object, this looks good. That looks pretty epic, to tell you the truth. Like a pretty sweet surfing wave there. So, you know, I'll take that. I'll take it. Then our last one of these kegs, from the base set Premium. And here, as I was saying earlier on Crate Greatsword, the first premium that I ever crafted. So, does kind of hold a special place in my heart for that reason, but of course we already have 2, so don't need it here. So instead, we can take a premium inanimate object over here, or another premium inanimate object over here. This one looks like there's slightly more happening, and we don't have any premiums of this, so I guess we'll take the Incinerating Trap. Alright. That was the last of our base set premium kegs, which means we have just 4 more kegs. And at this point, of course, we've now opened over 1,000 kegs. And I forget, we had done the math. It was something like 1,083 or something like that. Maybe we'll double check once we're done with everything here. But 4 more kegs. Just 4 more. Let's do it. Bring on the premiums. And bring on the epic premiums at that. It's 28 of the premium savvy hucksters, though, from all those price of power kegs earlier today. And this time, we have, Sarah, who I do use pretty often. She is definitely helpful in several seasonal events. So if we're going purely based off of the frequency with which I use the cards, Sarah would definitely be at the top of this list. Donar, I mean, if we... So you have kind of a somewhat dramatic opening there where he pulls back the punch. But I do not yet have Brayan at all. And, okay, I mean, she steps up. And then just kind of stands still and moves ever so slightly. And then adjusts her bow. I mean, so not the most dramatic when it comes to the effects, the actual animations from the premium. So I don't love it in that sense. But it is a card that I don't yet have, so it's either this or it's Sarah. I mean, Sarah doesn't have much going on with her premium either, so I suppose we'll take Brayan in that case. So if you control 2 or more Dryads, gain Zeal. Order, damage an enemy unit by 3, charge 3. So what that means, you have 3 damage in total, making you a 7 for 6. And, not great. But we'll take her. Alright, 3 more kegs. This time we can get a Desert Banshee, which has a pretty epic premium, if you ask me. That's pretty intense. Got the dramatic swirling dust around her, and then she is shouting at the top of her lungs, so I do like that. I already have a Forest Whisperer, and we have 2 of the Demon warships, so I say we definitely go with the Desert Banshee here. Not only do we not yet have the premium, I think it's the best one. 2 more. Our penultimate keg. And, well, I do have one of the Iron Falcon Knife Juggler premiums, but it is a good one for sure. Doing all well, as you might expect, the knife juggling. Also have 1 premium of the Mage Torturer, but this is one that I was saying, I mean, it is kind of dramatic, yes, but it is, well, it is, I don't know, it's not creepy per se. Besides the part where, you know, she's like gonna stab a bunch of pointy objects in this dude's face. I think we go with the Knife Juggler, even though we don't yet have any Eternal Fire Priest premiums. I just think this is a very good premium here. So let's go for it. And that means that brings us to our final keg. Final keg. Let's do it. Alright, and what do we have here? Let's do them one at a time. Noon Wraith. Elven War Dancer. Citrine Spellweaver. I was talking earlier about how I was surprised that I didn't have any of the premiums for this. We got one earlier today, and just got our second now, so that's definitely good. And then we passed up on the Eternal Fire Priest in our previous pack, and well, now we get the premium here, so that's good. And then our final card of this entire session can be either Rune Word, which I do have one of the premiums for, and I do use this card a lot. It is also something that can give you those Spellweavers. Amnesty, which, well, I do kind of like the premium there, just casually waltzing on out of your cell. Or the Tersiege Axeman, which we already have 1 premium of. Think in this case, it's between Amnesty and Rune Word. Could certainly make the case for Amnesty because we don't yet have it. But I think I might still prefer Rune Word, because, it's pretty dramatic. Or, it's not dramatic is the wrong word, but it's, it has a very good theme to it, where, in fact, it's, in some ways, it's sort of supposed to be the opposite of dramatic, where, you know, it's hush now. One moment while we play even more of those Spellweavers, and annoy the heck out of you with all their damage. So, I think we go with that. I think we go with that. And with that, that is our final keg and our final card of the entire session. So it is a Rune Word, a premium Rune Word at that, to finish things off. And that means we now have 0 kegs remaining. We theoretically do have a little bit of ore left, but at this point I think we've done more than enough keg opening here, because, well, I mean, let's see if we still have our mental maths, and by mental maths I mean our maths from typing things into Google, but I don't recall, I didn't write it down, did I? Exactly how many kegs we had? I should have. Oh, I mean, I did write it down on paper. I mean, I can re-add it together and redo all the googly stuff. Oh, man. Fine, if you insist. I'll double check. I'll remind us as to how many of these kegs we opened today. I mean, that's fitting, right? We should do that. let's see, 64, 23, then 300, right, of the various faction kegs collectively. Then 1, 2, 1, 6, 4, 161, 501 for all the various kegs that we opened. And that means 1,063 kegs is the number that we did. Yes, that is far and away the most kegs that I have ever opened, and, well, probably won't open anywhere near that many kegs anytime soon, because, as I was saying, saved up kegs for quite literally a year in order to get that much. So, well, I mean, I'm happy we did so. We certainly picked up some really big cards for absolutely price of power. I believe we got every card from that set. In fact, before we call it a night, let's make a point of checking over here and seeing just how many cards we do have remaining. And we've not gotten every single card from every single faction, of course, but this is across all sets. Let's see. So at the start of the night, we had 149 monster cards, so we got several more of those. We had 154 Nilfgaard cards. We had 150 154 Nilfgaard, 150 Northern Realms, 139 Scoia'tael. Scoia'tael still lagging behind a little bit here with 163, so that is the one that, as we were saying a little bit earlier today, still needs to do, might need to get a few more Scoia'tael specific kegs, perhaps. We had 152 Skellige, we had 157 Syndicate, and 212 Neutral. So that is the additional cards that we got, or, well, that's the before and after of all the various factions. And then if we specifically look at price of power, I think we got all of them. Let's double check. The answer is all monsters, all Nilfgaard, all Northern Realms, all Scoia'tael, all Skellige, all Syndicate, and yes, all Neutral. So, as we suspected, we did in fact unlock every single card from the Price of Power expansion, and it looked like we got it around keg 250-ish, and of course we opened up 500 Price of Power kegs, so yeah, had several Price of Power kegs to spare. However, there is more. Let's head on back now, because although we may be done in the shop, we did get a contract completed here for opening 1,000 kegs worth a whopping 3 reward points, so that one's amazing. But the other thing that we wanted to check was how many scraps and how much powder are we going to get from all of the duplicates that we picked up over the course of the night, and the answer has got to be a pretty darn huge number. So if you haven't made a guess yet as to what that number is going to be, make your guess now. I don't know, but if I had to wager a guess, I'm thinking, man, it might be on the order of 10,000 scraps. And for the powder, that one I'm less certain about, or at least less certain about the order of magnitude. Probably at least a few thousand, though. Maybe 10,000 scraps, 3,000 of the powder? No. 2,500 powder, I'll say. 10,000, 2,500. So, okay. Have you made your guess? Let's take a look. The answer is, of course, it will vary depending on what exactly our choice is in terms of our milling strategy. This might be the most extreme strategy, but, well, it is basically double, if not more than double, the amount that I was anticipating. Oh my goodness. 1,775 common cards. 1,129 rare cards, almost as many rare cards as we had common cards, 80 epics, and 16 legendaries even, so lots and lots of things to mill here. Let's just double check which milling approach we're taking here. If we go with the most conservative approach, the least aggressive when it comes to milling stuff, then it does drop down a bit here. Actually, common number went up? What? Okay. Not entirely sure why that is, but common number went up. I think the other ones did go down at least a little bit. So in particular, that well, what was the? Let's just take a look at all of them. So this is one option here: 43,280 scraps, 7,370 of the powder. That's the premium focused. Standard. Oh, this is maybe the one I was thinking of. Standard, the recommended one, is 47,160 scraps, 6,820 powder. Then lastly, the resource focus. This will be the most aggressive one that I think we were looking at the beginning, although, strangely enough, has the least when it comes to powder, at least. For scraps, it's 47,950, but for powder, it's only 5,740. So, I don't know. Take your pick for how exactly you want to calculate what the total count is for how many scraps we picked up, but the answer is on the order of 45 to 50,000 of those scraps, and on the order of about 5 or 6,000 for the powder, which is, yes, absolutely ridiculous. So, we have to make up our minds now? Do I have to choose? Do I have to pick? I can't escape. There is no escape. Alright, so what? We'll get 43,000 scraps and 7,370 powder. Why not? It may take, the game a minute here to register just how big of a boost that was, but there you have it. So that's sweet. And with that, there you have it. Opening, what did we say? 1,063 kegs in one session. It was 501 of the price of power kegs. Then, after that, I think the most plentiful was Syndicate at 161. Then, 60 for all the other factions. Then, like 83 or something like that for our base set kegs that we just got from our random dailies, and then several premiums along the way as well. So all in all, as we just saw, a ridiculous amount of cards, a ridiculous amount of scraps, and a ridiculous amount of powder. But there is a look at just what you can get if you choose to open over 1,000 kegs in one session. It's ridiculous. But thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And, when we are not opening up thousands of kegs, we are usually playing things in the seasonal events. So if you are interested in checking that stuff out, then make sure to hit the like and subscribe button on YouTube and take a look at what else we are doing there. Other than that, we are not really streaming much in the way of Gwent on Twitch these days. We are mostly doing that on YouTube specifically, but of course, you can also hit the follow button to get notification when we're live. You can also follow me on Twitter at legendaries. I post there when we're live as well. Back in the day, we used to do Witcher 3 streams, of course, on Twitch, and now we are have already posted all that stuff on YouTube, so you can check that out there as well. We are also doing some Thronebreaker, of course, the Gwent campaign, on YouTube, so you can check that out on YouTube as well. We are also doing, on Fridays, Mass Effect 2 Legendary Edition streams, and which is basically, like, I think in many ways has a lot of similarities between Mass Effect and The Witcher. It's basically like sci-fi futuristic Witcher in some ways, in space, rather than, fantasy in the past. And then on Saturdays, we are doing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. Then on Sundays, we are doing Pyre multiplayer, which is basically like a magic basketball. Then, other than that, we are doing a lot of New World, which is the new MMORPG that Amazon, of all people, just came out with. So, might be looking to squeeze in some of that, even this week. So, be on the lookout for that as well. But thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let's see. Oh, also, I suppose, how long did it end up taking us to open up the 1,000+ kegs? We were talking about, at 30 seconds per keg, it was going to be on the order of 8+ hours, something like that. looks like we rounded things out at about 5.5 hours or so. Once you bear in mind we were, just on a starting soon screen for a little while there. So, I didn't know how long it would take for a minute. I thought maybe we would be up till the crack of dawn, but we did, in fact, get the job done. So, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll catch you next time.